Now we can discuss about the justice. Even how you can start justice, how you can write intro. This is a good example. You know that now we are going to nearing over completion of that political theory section. Now you see the question there. तो ये approach होता है. Once we are finishing theory, you must be able to answer every part of the question. Therefore, how we can start justice? So you can write the issues, and once we begin with the ideas, thereafter we have to see the evolution of justice. Before, because in our syllabus, what is a clear example? Rawlsian theory of justice. It is a clear cut given that you have to read out Rawlsian theory of justice, not justice as such. But if you look through previous year question paper, once we discuss about justice, obviously everything come in the mind. Therefore, we will begin the evolution of justice right from Greek age up to the Rawls. But how justice is different from Greek age to modern age? But the best way to start the idea of justice is the book of Idea of Justice itself. The book of Idea of Justice is written by Amartya. And here, Amartya want to distribute a flute, because if we are looking for justice as of now, modern justice is a other name of a social justice. Amartya Sen want to distribute a flute among 3 kids. So justice is a quality of distribution. Distribution means whom the services are goods to be distributed, how and why distribution. Look, Marxists primarily believe in the remedial concept of justice. Marxists don't believe in the justice is a quality of distribution, because remedy means they are looking for restructuring of society, and redistribution is very different from restructuring. And why we are saying a redistribution? Because people are having the resources, but that resources may not be the equal even. Thereafter, we are looking for redistribution. Redistribution means redistribution or already there, but some people are keeping more land, some people are owning more factories, some people are the landless peasants, unemployed youth. So once we speak for distribution, that is technically known as redistribution. But things are always distributed in this world. So are you looking for distribution, redistribution, the Karol Bagh itself? How you want to redistribute? So that is the idea. And Amar Sen gave a very interesting analogy. You want to distribute the fruit. And there is a 3 contender. 3 kids are there. How flute should be distributed? First, a kid who is knowing to play the flute. If somebody is knowing to play the flute, therefore that is utilitarian argument. When that person, that kid, can better utilize the importance of flute, because if somebody is knowing the playing the flute, therefore they can get some money from that. They can develop their artistic tendencies. So this one is a utilitarian argument. We should distribute the goods in favor of the people who can utilize it most. That is the argument. If we are redistributing the car, person at least know the driving. If we are distributing like a laptop, person know the skill to operate the laptop. Thereafter, the utilitarian argument is also known as a consequentialism concept of justice. See what is the important consequence. Even distribution of goods must be visible in form of material prosperity, maximum happiness of maximum number. Second, because second kid, the other kid is arguing that no, loot must be distributed because I am the poorest. Therefore, that is a distribution on the basis of need base. Other kid is saying that because I don't have any choice, therefore, even he or she is only dependent over that flute while playing. Since there is a poor and they don't have any other resources and toys, therefore they are entitled to get the toys. There are a flute. That is the idea of a need-based distribution. So socialists believe in a need-based distribution. And third, flutes should be given to the people who made a flute. Flutes should not be given to people who is knowing art of playing the flute. Flutes should not be given to people, the poor on the basis of need. But flute must be distributed. A toy must be distributed in favor of a kid who is making the flute. Because and this idea of the capitalist entitlement theory, this is the idea of capitalist and entitlement theory. So this is what argument is that if somebody is capable, if they're efficient, they're capable, the goods should be distributed in favor of that person. And that is all about the capitalist argument. That is all about the capitalist argument. Therefore, justice related to distribution of resources, particularly here we are talking terms of a toy. Amar Singh begin his book with that example. With that example, it means how he is displaying the idea of justice, because distribution should be on the basis of utilitarian. Utilitarians are ensuring maximum happiness of maximum number. Need means it is inspired by the idea of bridging the inequality, providing most of the goods in favor of poor. Thereafter, the person who is made in, who is making the manufacturing the any toy, they are entitled to get the same. And that is the capitalist argument. Capitalists believe that I am owner of my mind and body. Therefore, wherever I am putting my labor, that object belong to me. Wherever I am putting my labor, that object will belong to me. That is the idea of a key criteria for distribution of justice. Which criteria you would like to prefer? So the question is that no yardstick is perfect. No criteria is perfect. Therefore, sometimes what we are looking for the mixing of so many criteria. That is the point. That is the beginning of justice. Justice means related to distribution of social goods. Therefore, in a very layman sense, how we can distribute social goods? Who should receive Bharat Ratna? Who should receive the free of cost green? Who are entitled to get job? And who is entitled to get gold medal in Olympic? Policies or distribution. That is justice. Let's see with that example how we can trace about the evolution of justice. Because let's have a critical examination. If I am looking for utilitarian distribution of justice, what will happen? It will only favor the maximum happiness of maximum number. See, what is the problem in utilitarian distribution of justice? Ignoring the interest of minority, not looking right, not looking liberty. That is the idea of a utilitarian argument. And let's see, if we are distributing something in favor of poor, so let's see, here we are ignoring the interest of the efficient, capable. So justice doesn't mean that ignoring the efficient people, capable people, only taking care interest of the poor. That is the reason what Gandhi says as Sarvodaya, Gandhi says upliftment of all. Therefore, justice means there must be exclusive or inclusive. Justice is the other name of inclusion. Inclusion of whom? Rich or poor? inclusion of rich as well as the poor. In that context, if somebody is making a flute, or somebody is manufacturing a toy, therefore the toy belongs to the person. That way again we are ignoring the masses, because so many people are not efficient, they are not capable, they are unable to make any toy or flute. So one criteria may not be perfect, and that is a typical question. That is the reason justice is not an objective criteria. Justice can be understood in form of a context. But Rawls says that no, we are making an objective criteria. But let's see the survey of entire evolution of justice. How the meaning of justice change from time to time. And what is the static meaning of justice, which is not changing at all. Beside the fact that justice has always been the evolution of the from Greek age to present. But let's see. Liberty is a modern idea. Equality is to some extent modern idea. Right? Obviously modern idea. Justice is as old as the idea of a Greek age. Justice is as old as the idea of a dharma of a manuscript. Although the dimension of justice will change. In modern age, what will happen? Feminist idea of justice, communitarian idea of justice. We are going to more discuss over the contemporary world. But let's begin there. Let's have a survey of a evolution of justice from Greek. How justice is evolving. So, is it clear? We can't have one exact answer. In that context, you look, beside the so much debate over justice, but you know that beside the looking over evolution, even we find out some features of a just society. Despite the various debate, despite the evolution of more than 2000 years of justice, but we can find out some concrete idea of justice. And what is this concrete idea? Let's see. Without equality, can't have idea of justice. No justice is possible without equality. Here, are you recognizing difference between liberty, equality, and justice? Equality tells the relation between the individual. Liberty tells the relation between state and individual. And justice primarily looking for idea of distribution. Despite this familiarity, despite the overlapping ideas, there is a technical difference. Liberty means once we are talking about relation between individual and the liberty. Once we are talking about relation between the individuals, equality. And once we are looking for distribution, that means justice. So let's see. Without equality, you can't have a justice. So let's see. In an unequal society, there will be exploitation or justice. Can you imagine a society is class-based, just or unjust? If society is divided on the basis of caste or religion, sex, just or unjust? Inequality is unjust. Equality is just. But equality means what? Arithmetical or proportionate? What is the arithmetical equality? One person, one vote. Arithmetical. Let's see. That is reason once we are talking of equality, that doesn't mean the arithmetical equality. Therefore, justice demand the proportion. What is arithmetical equality? One person, one vote. What is arithmetical equality? Equality before law. Arithmetical equality. Equality before law. तभी आप देखोगे टका सिर भाजी टका सिर खाजा अंधेर नगरी चौपट राजा. I want to tell a story of the unjust society. Why? How equal treatment might turn out to be unjust society? Because condition of people are not equal. If condition of people are different, if situations are different, how merely treating equal can make a society equal? Is it possible that can we make equal treatment between male and female? Proportion. Can we treat a person belong to general caste, the person belongs to scheduled tribes living in the hinterland of Chhattisgarh? Yeah, that is not an idea of equal treatment. Therefore, our constitution says that equal protection of law apart from equality before law. So justice is equality, but equality doesn't mean the arithmetical equality. And what is story of Takasir Khaji, Takasir Bhaja, Takasir Khaj, Takasir Haji, Takasir Khaja, Andher Nagari Chopat Raja. But Takasir, Sir means kg. Taka means rupee. Can you imagine the society where Khaja means a traditional sweet? पता होगा खाजा क्या होता है, बट उसको जानने की जरूरत नहीं. पर स्वीट्स आप जानते हो, अ सोसाइटी, फॉरगेट ऑफ खाजा, अरे आप तो जानते, स्वीट्स तो जानते हो, रसगुल्ला वट एवर यू. अगर आपको रसगुल्ला वेजिटेबल एक ही प्राइस में मिलने लगे, मीन्स मिल्क, रसगुल्ला, वेजिटेबल एंड घी, एवरीथिंग इज सोल्ड आउट इन सेम प्राइस. इट इज फीचर ऑफ जस्ट सोसाइटी और अनजस्ट सोसाइटी. अनजस्ट सोसाइटी, टकासिर भाजी, टकासिर खाजा, अंधेरे नगरी चौपट राजा. Just. Therefore, treating everybody equal is just or unjust. Paying same payment for a professor and same payment for a peon, just or unjust. Proportionality. Therefore, proportionality. That is the point. Marx was looking for making a romantic society. In Marxist society too, let's see China. Let's see what is made on the basis of Marxist wisdom, that is China. You cannot imagine that China believe in principle of equal treatment of everybody. And these are always Russia too. The member of a communist party, they were considered very elite. The facilities which were available for member of communist party was not available for ordinary member of a communist party. Therefore, this is really misnomer that we are going to make a society everybody is going to be treated as a equal shareholder. That is very difficult. In some areas we can give equality like voting right, but in other areas it's very difficult. Therefore, proportionality. तो टका सिर भाजी वाली कहानी मैंने बताई नहीं. तो गुरु थे, चेले के साथ घूम रहे थे, और हुआ क्या, एक ऐसा स्टेट आया जहाँ पे प्राइस ऑफ वेजिटेबल इट्स टी दैट वाज सोल्डिंग आउट ऑन द सेम प्राइस. तो शिष्य को लगा, ओ माय गॉड, डिसाइपल सेड दैट मास्टर, आई वांट टू स्टे, दिस इज बेस्ट सोसाइटी आई हैव एवर सीन, बिकॉज ओ माय गॉड घी इज सो चीपेस्ट एंड आई एम फॉन्ड ऑफ घी. और उसने उसके बाद गुरु ने कहा, ना ना, दिस इज साइन ऑफ अ बैड सोसाइटी, प्लीज कम. डिसाइपल ने कहा, ओ माय गॉड मास्टर, प्रोबेबली यू आर इग्नोरिंग माय इंटरेस्ट. मास्टर ने कहा, रुक जाओ. अब चेले ने खूब दबा के घी खाया, मोटा हो गया. आफ्टर 6 months देन किंग इशूड डिक्लेरेशन, और उसने एक बाकायदा लाया रोप लाया. उसने कहा कि जिसके भी गले में आ जाएगा देन द पर्सन विल बी हैंग्ड. तो उन्होंने कहा, ये कौन सा बेस है? उन्होंने कहा, नो, इक्वालिटी, वी बिलीव इन फर्म इक्वालिटी, वट एवर डन इज ऑन द बेसिस ऑफ इक्वालिटी. और सही बात है, डिसाइपल का गला उसमें आ गया. अब राजा ने कहा, यू विल बी हैंग्ड. अब गुरु की याद, मास्टर की याद आने को बहुत राइट. और किसी तरीके उसने मैसेज पहुंचाया अपने मास्टर को, अब एक बार बचा लोगे तो गुरु जी सब, तो मैं मर ही जा रहा हूँ, तो कोई उपाय हो बचा लो. अल्टीमेटली मास्टर इज ऑलवेज मास्टर, केम बैक. तो उसने सारी कहानी सुनी, राजा के पास गया, यू वांट टू हैंग सो मेनी पीपल ऑन दिस पर्टिकुलर डे? राजा ने कहा, यस यस, आई वांट टू हैंग. मास्टर से फर्स्ट आई वांट टू हैंग माई सेल्फ ऑन दैट ओकेजन. किंग ने कहा, भाई प्लीज कम विथ रोप. रोप उसने लिया, देखा, नो नो, वी बिलीव इन इक्वालिटी, वी बिलीव इट इज नॉट सुटेबल फॉर यू बिकॉज आपकी जो नेक की साइज है उसमें नहीं आ रहा है ये. लेकिन मास्टर ने कहा, चिंता मत करो, on the day where you are hanging the people, that is very auspicious day, and if a person dies over that day, they will certainly go in heaven. तो किंग ने कहा, पहले मुझे लटका दो. मरा डिसाइपल की जान बच पाई. Therefore, proportionality means equal treatment is not equal, and that proportion should be there in justice. That was said by since very beginning, right from Plato to present. Besides some exception like Marx, although Marx was not saying like arithmetical distribution, it is a wrong interpretation of Marx. So many people are interpreting Marx, and Marx never said the same set of goods should be available for everyone. Therefore, equality, proportionality. It means why proportionality is there? For making a harmony. Justice is other name of making harmony because the term justice is derived from the just. The term just means binding. How we make a bind society? Through a rope I can bind the society, or through fraternity, equality and justice. Justice is the first virtue of a society. That is said by very early by Plato, not Rawls. Rawls said it later on a different ground. But Plato says that Plato was looking for making an ideal society. And people ask that, what is the essence of that ideal society? So said that without soul, our body can't survive. Similarly, without justice, society can't survive. Remember, Plato is saying that justice comes first. It means not liberty, not equality, not right. What is the first virtue of a society? That is a justice. Now you see the vision of Plato in our preamble. Our preamble starts with justice. Justice, liberty, equality, and the fraternity. This is the vision. If we are a social scientist, we are looking for a just society. Therefore, justice, that is the point. Once students become angry, once students are having the protest, they become angry. What the slogan they are shouting? We want justice. Why don't say we want right? Why you won't say that we want liberty? Why you won't say that we want democracy? Why you always say that we want justice? Justice in proportion, and not only proportion, justice, fairness. So what is the crux of the justice? Whichever justice you want to find out, from Plato to Rawls, you will find all three principles. Let's see, from Plato to Rawls, you will find all three principles involved in the this is basic essence. This is a precise. This is the essence of a justice. Because what is the fairness? Are you fair or unfair? What is meaning of fairness? Not having prejudice towards others, not giving some, not appeasing someone, not discriminating someone. See, what is a fairness? Fairness means obviously if somebody qualifying the examination, they are entitled to get a government job. If somebody are unable to qualify the job or qualify the examination, they're not entitled to get the same fairness. Fairness, what judge exactly do? What is done by judge? Fair. What see, sometimes don't you think that we complain with our parents, बड़े भाई को ज़्यादा मम्मी प्यार करती हो, यू आर नॉट फेयर, बड़े भाई के लिए खरीद दिया, मेरे लिए नहीं खरीदा. Fairness. Therefore, if state is penalizing someone on the qualified ground, not fair. If state is looking for penalizing only for the people because they are rich, not fair. If state is only penalizing the people because somebody is poor, not fair. Anybody who is violating the law, they must attract the penalty, that is fairness. If somebody is looking for need, they should entitled to receive the basic resources, that is a fairness. Everywhere. See, that is the reason. If you start from that idea, so once we speak for justice, what is the essence of justice? Equality, proportionality, and the fairness. And see why? Because if you want to say the why, because that principle we are making We are able to make a harmony in society. Therefore, now we can start from Plato to Rawls. Same principle you find out. You will find out same principle from Plato to Rawls. How? Let's see. Because Plato, now we are going to see the evolution of justice. How justice is evolved thereafter is a Greek age, Plato. And see, why Plato is a master while explaining about justice. See, what is the purpose of Plato? To make a harmony in society. Plato in Republic wrote very famously, city-state are smaller. Greek city-state are smaller. Still, the Greek smaller city-state are divided two states. One is state of rich, other is state of poor. That is a statement of Plato in Republic. Therefore, what Plato says that what is justice? Giving everybody his due. That is justice. If somebody is efficient, they must get better job. If somebody is unable to qualify the examination, they should get job. May not be on the par with that. Therefore, what is justice? Justice lies in nature. Justice lies in body. Because what is justice? Harmony. What is justice? Proportion. What is justice? Giving everybody his due. See why there is justice in the nature? Because climate change is there. If we are harming nature, nature is taking revenge. Nature is making a balance. और मैंने कोई एक बुक पढ़ी थी उसमें कहा गया था जस्ट यू लीव द नेचर फॉर 6 months it will come in the original form because of human interference. तभी आप देखोगे if there is justice in nature there is justice body too. तो रात में पढ़ना चाहिए दिन में justice. So everywhere justice. Because what is the meaning of justice for Plato? You can begin from here. Want to note down few points? First point. Just slight difference. Equality means kind of equality related to the treatment of people, but fairness may not. Fairness may not be related with equality. Sometimes fairness may be related with efficiency too. If I am recognizing the worth of Akshay Kumar, that is not equality but fairness. Because he is efficient. If we are recognizing the ability of Jack Ma, may not be equality but fairness. But somebody is hardworking. Somebody is hardworking, they are entitled to get more. So what is the fairness? It is Virat Kohli is entitled to get more in comparison to the poor people. But once we are having the equality, we are some sort of a removal of disparity. Removal of disparity cannot be fair always. Because what is happening in the communist society, that was the drawback of communism. Communists, they are taking a revenge against the capitalists. And therefore they have destroyed the people who had the capital. They have suppressed the people who were more efficient and able. Thereafter, it was a problem for entire community, society. Because if everybody become poor, then from where you will get a resource, how you are going to distribute the same? Problem तो वैसा आएगी. And here, see, I want to remind the same. Once Plato wrote a Republic. Here I am repeating the same which we read out in Thinker. Because once Plato was looking for a justice, he was criticizing sophist idea. Therefore, he was also criticizing utilitarian idea of justice, powerful idea of justice. Even he was against the capitalist idea of justice. Therefore, Platonic justice is much moral, based on the quality of a soul. It's natural. Remember, if I am using these terms, for Plato, justice is not made by people. It's not artificial. Justice is not result of a contract. And that is point. Once Plato was looking for justice, dharma. What is dharma? Being a student, what is our dharma? To study. Being a teacher, what is dharma? To teach properly. Being a parent, everybody is bound to the kind of a dharma. Everybody is attached with the idea of dharma. Dharma means duty. That is also said by Gandhi. If everyone is performing their own duty in society, no possibility of conflict. Thereafter, if you look at Indian philosophy, there was a peace, there was the dharma, prevalence of dharma in the ancient society. But why this dharma was suddenly imbalanced? Why this dharma was suddenly come in turmoil? Because people forgetting their moral duty, and moral duty was the name of religion, and people were looking for mine and thine. Therefore, they looking for the person interest. Therefore, entire problem begins because of that idea of a selfish interest, and therefore, this is like a must where might is right prevails in society. Therefore, Plato says that justice is not a interest of a powerful. That is said by Plato. Plato was criticizing the sophist, and the idea of Plato is very much relevant as of now too. If justice is protecting the interest of powerful like Thrasymachus, therefore there is justice in jungle. Jungle is unjust or just? Jungle is just or unjust? For allowing the only powerful people should rule over community. There, what will happen? What will happen? Even the poor, marginalized, and once somebody is born, they are not with power, but they are with need. Therefore, this will be like a society will become like a jungle. This is not a justice, this is the feature of unjust society. First. Second, justice is not based on contract, like what was said by Glucon. Thrasymachus, chief scholar, Plato criticized Thrasymachus. Plato says that no, you want to make a society on the basis of jungle. Outrightly rejected idea of Thrasymachus. Then Glucon. Glucon says that justice is a modern idea. It is a result of contract, and obviously majority of the people come and they want to make a law, king, government in order to protecting their property and interest. Therefore, it is justice. Therefore, third is a utilitarian concept of justice. So, as of now, one is a powerful idea of justice. What was propagated by Mussolini and Hitler? If justice is this, every authoritarian person claim that whatever I am ruling, that is just. If this is a justice means power, therefore, what is done by the president of North Korea is always just. If justice is power, therefore, the invasion of Russia over Ukraine is just. Can be justified? If justice is interest of powerful, therefore any gangster can seize the property of anybody. But justice not a merely matter of contract for Plato. Remember, I'm talking of Plato. Justice is not merely a contract. Because what happens? See, you cannot make this nature by contract. We are part of contract or we are natural. Society is natural, society is a part of contract. Family is natural or family is a part of contract. If family is natural, society is natural, we are natural itself. Is natural or are you machine? Natural. Contract is modern idea. Remember contract idea. The idea of contract began once our people became irrational, they became materialist. Otherwise, earlier people believed that no, everything should be arranged according to nature. And let's see why this was a morality. Because in nature, there is no business in nature. It is giving everything free of cost to us. That was the idea of a Rousseau. Rousseau says that what is the greatest idea of education? Once we are learning the art of moral and good. Whosoever is moral and good, they are educated people. श्री कबीर ने क्या कहा था? पोथी पढ़ पढ़ जुगमुआ, पंडित भयानक हो. We are reading out so many texts, unable to become the knowledgeable. And ढाई अखर प्रेम का. Who is really knowledgeable? The person who has the conduct, ethics, value. They are the people knowledgeable. Wisdom. That is, if every person is becoming like a Gandhi, why there is a conflict in society? Therefore, Plato is also criticizing utilitarian principle. Why utilitarian? Because why? We should speak truth because it is benefiting someone. Should we speak truth because it is benefiting someone? Clearly, because of benefiting someone cannot be justice. Because it may benefit in long term, its short term may not be in long term. Therefore, justice is the idea of soul. Remember the term justice. Well, what is the modern idea of justice? What is the Platonic idea of justice? Moral. And let's see. In the evolution of a society, earlier there is no codified law. Codified law is a feature of modern society. So you know that religion, the customs, these moralities, that were the basics which binded the society together. What were factors which were holding society together? These are morality. This is known as justice. So everybody is having the sense of justice, having sense of justice. And what Plato further said that, right? Here merely I am repeating Plato in short because we read out Plato in a thinker in detail. But essence, I am taking essence of Plato. Next point. For Plato, justice is based on ethics or morality. Justice is based on ethics or morality. But Platonic ethics is virtue ethics. Platonic ethics is virtue ethics. It means that is technically known as a moral relativism. In bracket you can write technically known as a moral relativism or ethical relativism. Technically known as a moral relativism or ethical relativism. It means, see, what is virtue? Why virtue ethics? Why virtue ethics? Because the virtue of everyone is different. Nature of everyone is not same. Some people are courageous. Some people are having more desires. Some people are having. Therefore, everybody should perform their task in society according to their true nature. Then we can arrive over justice. Therefore, if somebody is not having reason and trying in the higher studies, there may be problem. आपको पता है so many people who couldn't perform better in studies. देखो हम उल्टा करते हैं, हम ना घर में ऐसे माहौल बना के रखते हैं, पढ़ो पढ़ो पढ़ो, बच्चों के ऊपर सवार रहते हैं. जो बच्चा नहीं पढ़ रहा है समझ लो उसका फ्यूचर बहुत ब्राइट है, ये बिजनेसमैन बनेगा वो. हल्दीराम ने कौन सी एमबीए डिग्री ली थी बता, पूरा चेन खड़ा कर दिया. लेट्स ऑल मारवाड़ी. एक बार हमें कोई गुजराती मिला, देखो गुजराती मारवाड़ी, they are not reading out in school, they are not studying in school. तभी तो आइडिया है virtue ethics. Somebody is having business capability. That is what is how we can make a just society. मतलब बिजनेस स्किल है, पढ़ो 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 कर रहे हो अननेसेसरली. यू विल मेक ए स्टैंड. देखो 10th फेल हो गया, फिर मॉकिंग द पीपल, ओ 10th नहीं पास कर पाया. सचिन तेंदुलकर भी 10th फेल हो गए. अगर हमारे आसपास होते तो उनको लोग कह देते तुम बेकार हो गए हो. The virtue of Sachin Tendulkar was different. The virtue of Lata Mangeshkar is different. Although Plato identifies only 3 virtues, but we are having multiple virtues. Therefore, even the quality of human is not same. Therefore, if qualities of human being are not same, parameter of morality universal, change from person to person. What is the virtue of a king may not be virtue of a soldier. What is the virtue of a soldier may not be virtue of a producer. Just like India's Varnashram system. Entire Varnashram was divided on the basis of virtue. Later it was perverted in the form of birth. Earlier it was a functional division of society. जो भी बहुत knowledgeable आदमी था, they were considered as a Brahmins. But nothing to get with the birth. Later somehow it was a perverted. A person who was a brave, they were recognized as Kshatris. अभी देखो हमारे पंजाब में सालू सिंह है, नाम ही सिंह है, सच में बहादुर है, लड़ाके तो ही है. Therefore, this was a justice, but again, with a rebel of modern society, because see what happened with a rebel of modern society, modernity, idealism, secular society comes in existence. Thereafter, see, in Greek age, although Plato, the idea of Plato was somehow modified by Aristotle. Aristotle also believed in moral relativism. So more or less, their ideas are, they believe in proportion. So here philosophically they are saying, thereafter, once we are looking for the Platonic justice, so we are going to compare Plato with Rawls too. Later we have to compare Plato with Rawls. In short, we have to understand the Plato. But look, is of modernity, is reason of science. What happens in a modern age when science became very important factor? It was a materialistic society. Society becomes secular, and that is the reason Nietzsche, a great philosopher, Nietzsche says that God is dead. And why he said God is dead? Because earlier morality, the idea that was based on God. But once physics is discovered, chemistry, science, mathematics, Descartes, philosopher, it rises. Because modern age is the age of a reason, age of a scientific temperament, age of a scientific temperament. Therefore, every traditional ideas were challenged. Every traditional ideas, right from the ruling, like monarchy, power of monarchy, economic system, mercantilism was challenged. Therefore, monarchy was changed into democratic form of government. Mercantilism was changed into the capitalism, and human being was no longer religious. Now human being become more secular because of what was the idea earlier? You know that in Christianity, what was very important idea? Confession. What is the confession? It was religious idea. If we have committed so much sin in a 1 week, go to church at Sunday and just accept that, oh God, I committed so much, and God is having grace. Therefore, they will forgive you all sin. That was the idea of confession. But the method of confession in since evolution of society. अब हम क्या करते हैं? अब हम साइकेट्रिस्ट के पास जाते हैं कि बता दो मन लग नहीं रहा है. आई एम वेरी मच डिसहर्टेड. मेरा मन कहीं लग नहीं रहा है. Why I am feeling disheartened? Therefore, I am approaching doctor, psychiatrist, psychologist for getting my treatment. This is modern way to handle everything. Modern economy change, modern science change, modern politics change. So don't we think that modern principles of justice will also change? But objective of justice remain the same: harmony, balance, and proportion. Objective of justice is not going to be changed. Objective of justice will remain the same. What was said by Plato. What is changed actually? It was a instrument of justice. Thereafter, from moral justice to legal justice. This was a transition of moral justice to legal and political justice. Thereafter, with transformation of time, with transformation of time, even moral justice, idea of moral justice change into legal justice, idea of moral justice change into the political justice. This is the new incarnation of justice. Although you can point out, no, it was a part of Aristotelian idea of justice too. But by and large, Aristotle idea of legal justice. Also, Aristotle came with the idea of distributive justice. But the matter of fact is that with the development of constitution, development of a modern state sovereignty, the development of a sovereign state become a legal entity. In Greek age, state was a moral entity, not legal. Terms are very important. Once I am saying that in Greek age, state was a moral entity. So what is moral entity? Just like a teacher. Teacher cannot use the force. There always be teacher, parents, they are having moral force. कि बच्चे कर लेना, हमारे भलाई के लिए अच्छा होगा. ऐसे we are keep telling. एक बार नहीं, दो बार नहीं, तीन बार में सुनोगे. बच्चों को ऐसे समझ जाते हैं उनका मन नहीं लग रहा है. जब बच्चे आते हैं ना क्लास में तो हमें तो यहाँ पे दिख जाता है. कुछ और सब बैठे हुए हैं. In young age, sometimes it happens. That is the point. Now we are moving from moral, legal, and political justice. So how the idea of justice changed? Therefore, justice became the idea of narrative morality, because how we can ensure that everybody will become like Mahatma Gandhi. It may be ideal condition and be practical. So in modern condition, what we are looking for making a just society? Police, prison, and judiciary. These are three domains became important for the making just society in the modern world. Is it clear? The purpose of justice remain the same. Portion, balance, and harmony. Instrument get changed. And because of that, modern age. Always keep talking about the context. Because see what happens in political theory. That is a normative subject. Let's see equality, equality, justice. Everything is concrete. No idea is objective. Therefore, every idea is contested to some extent. Perspective, this depends, that is the reason ideology. We read about ideology, we don't have an objective idea. That's true. First point. And see, I will also reply the same. The Rawls. Rawls, famously Rawls say that yes, what he is saying right. Everybody is having some sense of justice. So every people are having some idea of justice. Again, how we make a just society, that is a difficult task. Everyone is thinking differently. We are going to arrive on some common point. Therefore, we are looking for we are looking for some government in order to make a just. See, that became the legal and political justice. But you know that with idea of modern justice was very progressive, undoubtedly, because this justice was not based on principle of a religion. Because in medieval age, the society was a hierarchical. Let's see, when there was a House of Lords in England, it was not just. Therefore, look how the English society, when they were distributing the titles, Lord, Sir, Earl. Let's see, after Greek age, although to some extent Greek age was also a society based on elitism, privileged class society. But in medieval age, it was a clear-cut example of a unequal society. There is a clear-cut discrimination on the basis of caste, religion. Here too, therefore, this idea of modern, because modern age is reason, logic, equality, even idea of equality, justice, more visible in the modern age. Because what is modernity? Individual is important, reason is important. What reason tells that? If individual is important, rationality is important, and scientific temperament is important. Therefore, factors like religion, caste, language, and obviously this was a modern idea of justice. The idea of justice comes in the form of constitution of US, and this was great service to the world. The founding fathers of USA efforts were Madison, became the idea of constitutionalism. Bentham. Bentham was a revolutionary sense of the British scholars, because Bentham says that he was a great social reformist. Bentham says that, and let's see, once we talk about any Western political theory, we keep talking of same philosopher. Only dimension change. Whereas we have to talk about Bentham, because the evolution of liberty equality, justice, chronologically same. Can you imagine equality without democratic system? No. Can you imagine liberty without democratic system? Let's see the chronology. The development of chronology of equality is same to liberty, very same to justice and right, and very similar to democracy. So you have to read out everything in the same evolutionary phase. ये दुनिया तो वैसी आती है ना. The same we will keep talking in the for the democratic government. Thereafter, this modern idea of justice was a real, was a gift. See, don't you think that once we are enacting the constitution, how we can accept that British government was a government of a just government? This government was not a model of just government, exploitative. And once we are having the Indian constitution, really it was a political justice, the reality in India. Once our constitution was a commencing by 26 January 1950. Otherwise, before that, there was lack of a political justice. But at the same time, we can say that legal and political justice is negative in their orientation or positive. Why negative? Why legal and political justice were negative? Why negative? So, why is it negative? Well, the state is not going to empower the people who are belong to the marginalized section of society. Just like in negative liberty, because role of a state was a negative. Because once I am saying that see, everybody is equal before law, so we are ignoring the fact that even Salman Khan can hire Aristotle, the ordinary citizens. So this make a kind of differentiation because everybody is equal before in eyes of law. But how many people of India are able to even come to Delhi for attending a Supreme Court? The cost of justice is very high. Cost of justice is very high. People are not literate. People are not aware about the right. That is the point. Even here, people are struggling for the livelihood. Forget about the right and see this kind of justice. Therefore, in a society where there is a division of caste, religion, legal and political equality is a progressive, to some extent, revolution that we can't deny. Again, not reach everyone. Therefore, what happens? Justice is more appear like a, which is a class-based justice. It is a better, but for whom? Rich. See, I'm saying that you can contest election. How an ordinary Indian can contest election? In justice, I am saying that you are equal before law. But let's see. थोड़ी बड़ी सारी बात आप देख के बैठ जाते हो घर में कि यार क्या लफड़ा पाले हैं, कोर्ट में जाएं, वकील के पास जाएं, पढ़े लिखे क्या. Once we read out Article 32, we can make that is the right which is given by our constitution to us. Why aren't exercising the same? तो बच्चों एक्सरसाइज करोगे या पढ़ोगे लिखोगे, रोज सुप्रीम कोर्ट जाओगे आप, दैट्स अ प्रॉब्लम. और आप देखो एक से हमारे यहाँ एमएनसीज हैं यार, हायरिंग टॉप मोस्ट लॉयर्स, तुमसे कहाँ तक लड़ोगे आप? कहाँ लड़ोगे? कई बार तो ऐसा होता है कि वी आर गेटिंग सम इंश्योरेंस चले जाओ, हॉस्पिटल में चले जाओ, उसके बाद क्लेम ही नहीं देते, ये करके वो करके रोक देंगे. अब या कंज्यूमर फोरम में जाओ, वहाँ पे जाओ तो भाई आदमी काम करे यार, कंज्यूमर फोरम में जाए, उनके पास तो पूरी टीम ही लीगल टीम है ना. Therefore, now to talk about the positive idea of justice. Is it clear? Positive idea of justice is very similar like positive idea of liberty. Positive idea of right is very similar to positive idea of justice. Positive idea of equality is very similar to positive idea of justice. Answer is very simple. Once a state was moving from negative to welfare state, it changed altogether. Is it clear? सीधी सी बात है ना. This is legal justice. Ordinary villagers, they are looking for social justice or legal political justice. What is the true meaning of a social? Let's see the positive meaning of justice. मनरेगा, उज्ज्वला स्कीम, PM3 school, PM housing is पावरिंग द पीपल। तो गांव का आदमी आएगा सुप्रीम कोर्ट, या गांव के आदमी को वहीं बैठे बैठे ग्रेन साहब देगा 4 किलो लो राइस लो, से वीट ले लो, आराम से वो पड़ा हुआ। नाउ ही इज फीलिंग दैट इज जस्ट सोसाइटी। 3000 मंथली किसान सम्मान निधि 7000। ये जस्टिस का सही मतलब है या उसको बाद में रूल ऑफ लॉ में दौड़ाओगे आप? इज इट क्लियर how the nature of state determine the liberty, equality and justice? Answer is very simple. Once the nature of a legal state is moving from the police state to welfare state, the thing undergone the change. The same equation we have to write. Just you can change the heading. Just it will be more visible. Rise of welfare state. Positive idea of justice. You can change the heading. Rise of welfare state and social justice. तभी तो फिर प्रोपोर्शनल की बात आई ना, तभी तो इट्स पार्शियल, तभी तो सही नहीं है ना। हियर हियर देयर इज इक्वालिटी नॉट फेयरनेस, फेयरनेस नहीं है ना यार, तभी तो हम बात कर रहे हैं। वेलफेयर स्टेट एंड सोशल। In that context, idea of social justice is very broader, because once I am looking for social justice is coming with the idea of a transition of a police state to a, once it was a police state, and now police state is transforming into a welfare state. Ever since police state is transforming into welfare state, let's see, because police state to welfare state is already democratic state. The idea of welfare state became very popular in democratic state. Therefore, in democratic state, see, social justice, political justice was already there. What was missing? Social justice. Social justice simply means distribution of basic social goods. Again, repeating the term, basic social goods, not all goods. Therefore, social engineering, because social justice means first distribution of basic social goods, not merely providing the legal justice. Here, in the concept of India, look, that is the reason now we are providing free of cost legal aid with NALSA. Once you read out Indian polity, so things are very much interlinked. Example of Indian polity in IR. तभी आप देखोगे फेमिनिज्म, लिपिस्टिक मूवमेंट और सेकंड पार्ट है, पूछ लिया, ऐसा कोई हार्ड एंड फास्ट थोड़ी है, कुछ भी थियरी इज ऑलरेडी इंटरलिंक्ड। तो इस बात में इंप्रेशन अच्छी कंपेरेटिव लिखो, कहीं सेकंड पार्ट का भी कंपेरिजन आप कर सकते हो। इन पॉलिटिकल थियरी वी आर so many examples I have given from international relations. Once we read out international relation, we will refer about neoliberalism, feminism. अब देखो welfare state idea of justice very broader. But before coming into discussion of modern idea of Rawlsian justice, let's see. If you look the liberal idea of justice, and thereafter welfare state came, and welfare state ensured the inclusive justice. So welfare state is saying that there is a legal political justice available for everyone. Therefore, it is not going to have a discrimination with anyone. In this example of fairness, but the people who are poor, the people who are marginalized, they will uplifted by the state. So it was a good example of inclusive justice. And we know that during Cold War, liberals were getting challenged from the communism. And communists were claiming that we are the people who are better taking care of the poor. Therefore, this was very much responded by the capitalist welfare state. So now welfare state become very important. But you look, Marxists will never accept the so-called welfare state, although in the practice they are also coming with welfare state. But Marxists are not having political justice. Again, the idea of is not fairness. And you know that once I am saying that legal political justice, and once you are providing the basic need for the people, that is known as a Once you're taking care of the interest of people, this can be categorized as social justice. Social justice automatically includes economic justice. Because once I'm providing basic social good for the people, there must be progressive taxation. There is a need of regulation of the economic concentration few hands. Therefore, justice. And see, this division of legal political justice and social justice. So technically, this legal political justice is as a procedural justice. Modern term. See, what is the procedural justice? Make a fair rules. Rules must be fair. So fairness is always part of justice. And procedural justice simply means see, our laws are very fair. Everybody is getting the same opportunity for defending themselves. Our laws are fair because same court is there. Whether any person rich, poor, irrespective of the fact that you have to appear before same judge in same court of law. Procedures are applied over everyone. Fairness. But what is this? This social justice is known as a substantive. This social justice is known as substantive justice. Substantive justice means complete meaning. Substantive justice means comprehensive of justice, complete meaning of justice, inclusive meaning of justice. Substantive. अच्छा आपके पेन में रिफिल है या केवल पेन ही है? Substantive. What is use of a pen without refill? It's not substantive. Therefore, look, procedural justice, substantive justice are different. Who is going to get the benefit in the procedural justice? Procedural justice is better for the rich people because they have the same right to cast a vote. The procedural justice is very important for the fairness, currency, government. So everybody is having the equal opportunity to set a business. Everybody is having equal opportunity to make a political party. Everybody is having equal opportunity to contest the election. This is a legal political justice, procedural justice. What is substantive justice? Procedures are important, or outcomes should also be important. Procedures may not be fair because the problem is that recently Supreme Court says that for distribution of grains, you should not say that Aadhaar card is mandatory. Outcome is here. Removal of poverty is more important, or making law is more important. Removal of poverty is outcome. Substantive justice. Substantive justice. Removal of poverty, providing education to people, reducing child mortality rate. That is a substantive justice. Substantive justice, procedural as well as a substantive. This division is as old as the idea of Aristotle. It means, look, we are looking for dispute, and this is the idea. Justice is fairness again. In substantive justice, we are taking care interest of the people who are living in juggies. In procedural justice, we are taking care of interest of the people. Are you not aware about the fact that can we talk about the procedural justice without being a democratic constitutional government? This government is logical. Things are very much connected with logic. How the evolution of a state is there, principle of justice is changed. Similarly, substantive justice. There may be substantive justice in so many countries. China, there may be substantive justice in China. Poverty, provision of basic facilities. See, that is the point. You can have a substantive justice in North Korea. We can have a substantive justice in so many Western Asian countries where state distribute so many things free of cost, bread, basic resources. But government is not democratic. There is no idea of constitution. There is no idea of supremacy of the constitution. So which form of justice you prefer best? Social justice. Social justice means include everything. that become very wider term, that become comprehensive. So is it clear that what is meaning of substantive versus procedural? Because these terms are time in Rawls. Once we are learning these terms, so obviously we are going to apply same in the John Rawls. Substantive procedures, but you know that this is a liberal version of justice. Can you imagine Marxists will accept the same? Marxists are saying that, oh my god, you people are living justice. They're bourgeoisies. Although liberals are saying that no, we are taking care of the poor. Marxists are saying that, oh, you are taking care of poor. And what you are distributing for poor? Merely 5 kg grains. Marxists are looking for distribution of Harley Davidson. Marxists are saying that, oh my god, want to protect the capitalism. Therefore, you are creating a jargon. Social engineering. And the term social engineering is very simple. Wallpaper time and again said that society is merely just like a machine. What is social engineering? Right, just like a machine. See, just like what medical science do. In medical sciences, defected part of body is removed and that is replaced with a good part. Similarly, in society, they are replacing bad part and putting the good part. Similarly, in the society. So what kind of problem in society? Poverty. Then we have a solution. And what is an incremental solution? Poverty. And there you go. Therefore, society is just like a machine. And machine can improve gradually. That is, society can also be improved gradually. This is very different method of the utopian change of society like Plato, Marx and Hegel. This is a question again. This means critical examine about the utopian method of social change and the Wallpaper's method of social change. Wallpaper believes the so society just like a machine. If you are finding out health is problem, then come with solution of Ayushman Bharat. या फिर हंगामा करने की क्या जरूरत? You're talking revolution, that revolution. There is no need of this kind of revolution. That is a Marxist, that is a liberal perspective. But you know that, but Marxists are saying that कमाल की बात है, आप डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन करने की बात करते हो, आप डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन करने की बात करते हो, आप प्रोसीजर को चेंज करने की बात करते हो, नहीं सिस्टम को चेंज करने की बात करते हो. What is more vital? Change in government or change in the structures of society? My dear friend, let's see what is the Marxist view. Marxist, technically, practically, they may be accepting the same. Technically, theoretically, Marxists never believe in distributive justice. Term distribute always preferred by the liberals. Because Marxists believe the remedial idea. What is the remedial concept of justice? Why remedy? Because society is sick. If society is sick, therefore, the method of Wallpaper is not sufficient. Marxists are saying that not at all. Why method of Wallpaper is not sufficient? Because society is sick. Why society is sick? You know that because it is a capitalist. Marxist argument are coming same line. Society is sick because it's capitalist. Class divided. Presence of private property. That is a problem of capitalist society. It means we are looking for the remedial concept of justice, and therefore there is a need of restructuring of social structure or political structure in that way. This idea of remedial concept of justice is available or is possible only under the communism. Here you can have this idea of a remedial concept of justice. Communism. Even there is no need of agency for distribution. Why you need agency for distribution? Why state? Why government? State and government are structures which are regimenting the class divided society. Because it is invented by the capitalist. Capitalists are protecting these institutions, strengthening these institutions, only for the perpetual exploitation of the marginalized section of society. That is not a, therefore, police station is a solution and problem itself. Judiciary solution problem for Marxist. This is not my own. But this is what said by Marxist. Marxists are saying जब तक तोड़ूंगा नहीं तब तक छोड़ूंगा नहीं. ऐसी बात नहीं बनेगी. Marxists ने believe in cosmetic change. Marxists believe in panchkarma. देखो, सोशल इंजीनियरिंग जस्ट लाइक ए मेथड ऑफ एलोपैथिक मेडिसिन. आपको सर दर्द है, एक गोली ले लो. आपको फिर पेट में दर्द है, एक मेडिसिन और ले लो. लेकिन इफ यू अप्रोचिंग आयुर्वेदिक डॉक्टर कहेगा यार ये सारा रूट कॉज हमारे पास बताते हैं कि गोली लेने से काम नहीं चलेगा. और होम्योपैथिक गोली बड़ी मजे आती है खाने, खाते रहो खाते. They're also claiming for the structural change. They are looking for structural change. Therefore, there is need of a restructuring of society. And you are talking of distribution. है डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन किसकी बात कर रहे हो? हमें सारी रिसोर्सेस चाहिए भाई, ओनरशिप चाहिए हमें. तुम कह रहे हो पेमेंट बढ़ा लो, तुम कह रहे हो दीपावली आ रही है जीएसटी कम कर दो, ये मतलब थोड़ी हमें. दैट इज आइडिया ऑफ मार्क्सिज्म. होश वालों को खबर क्या, मार्क्सिज्म भी कोई मार्क्सिज्म में कहो माय गॉड देखो खुद बनाई जा रहा है सब. कह रहे हैं कि 1000 रुपये 2000 रुपये. आई एम लुकिंग फॉर ओनरशिप ऑफ एनसीज. अरे एप्पल, हु इज द ओनर ऑफ एप्पल? वी आर द पीपल. हु इज गोइंग हैव ओन हु शुड बी ओनर गूगल? गूगल को ओनरशिप की बात करो, एप्पल को ओनरशिप की बात करो. बात क्या कर रहे हो यार? मेक अस अ फूल. देयर इज मार्क्सिस्ट आर्गुमेंट एंड दे आर सेइंग दैट बट द मैटर ऑफ फैक्ट ऐसा तो हुआ नहीं, ऐसा कम्युनिज्म आया नहीं. दैट इज द पॉइंट. wherever we are having Marxist system like China, North Korea, they practically believe in distributive idea of justice. Because this idea of remedial concept of justice is applied in a pure communist society. Communist society without state, without government. Communist society is very similar like the Platonic. Plato also believe in communism. Marx also believe in communism. But in Platonic communism, there will state and classes. Marxist communism, Platonic communism is moral, Marxist communism is economic. But both communism are failed in the practice. So therefore, what is the practice? One party government in China. Therefore, what happened in China? Actually, justice distribution. Politically, they are not agree. Politically, they are not agree. Therefore, Marxists are rarely using term welfare state, the distributive justice. They are in fact liberal idea, capitalist idea, but in practice they are accepting the same. Therefore, so many times we keep talking about the convergence of ideologies. This is idea of a modern development of justice. This is some sort of a small survey what we are looking for. Justice from Plato to modern age. In that context, later who is a stalwart of justice? Even now, as of now, we are talking about the so many people of the Indian cricket team, but now I want to talk about Virat Kohli. Who is the Virat Kohli of justice? Rawls. This is the way to write. If examiner asking comment about justice, not mentioning Rawls, so what you read about justice? Therefore, whatever I have said you till now, to summarize. Just summarize in short. कुछ line में निकल के लिखते. That idea, if somebody is writing about liberty, you are not mentioning Berlin. What kind of liberty you want to write? If somebody is asking the justice, not mentioning Rawls, also is very important. Rawls, Amartya, and then how communities criticize the Rawls. In that context, we can begin with the Rawls. But now you can ask any question. First, would you like to write that Marxist? Distributive versus remedial? Write in a study. Procedural means this is always equal treatment. Procedure should be same for everyone, but this may be proportional because some laws are specifically protecting the interest of women. Reservation, good example, where procedure is compromised in order to making fairness. Because the people belong to SC/ST community, they are given more attempt in comparison to general category. So this is an example we are somehow changing procedures in order to reaching our outcome. अब देखो ये problem आई, it may not be a fair system because what happens, anybody can be arrested in China, anybody can put behind bar in China. The Chinese are claiming that they are having substantive justice. On the name of substantive justice, even there is no representation of females in the police bureau. So there is a regimentation of power, bureaucratization of power. So substantive justice, good idea, but how we can compromise with the political and legal justice? That way, several countries are far better. Therefore, let's see, the Scandinavian countries are most peaceful because they are practicing procedural justice apart from the substantive justice. The best example are Scandinavian nations, but in authoritarian countries, let's see in Saudi Arabia or in UAE, the people may get their basic necessities by the state, very much monarchical. So where is the scope of political participation? And we cannot deny the fact that with the nature of participation, even policies are very much determined. Let's say response of democratic government, what happens? Even once government is getting the message that people are in distress, suddenly they have changed the entire idea of GST. How democratic government? Obviously, we take a more time. We take a more time for making a dam. We take a more time for making a road. Obviously, it happens. But you know that because of here, government is getting the feedback from the people. Suddenly, we came with idea of this तो military equipment हो रहा था, military recruitment हो क्या था अग्निवीर, but because resentment of people, therefore now the people who were recruited in Agniveer, they are accommodated in various offices. Therefore, in democratic government, the people does matter. Therefore, government very hard decision. So people can change the government, but this option is not available in a skeleton government. Therefore, Augustine, father who belonged to the medieval age, Augustine says that without justice, state become a kind of group of bandits. What is bandit? Bandit means the people who are looting the state. The Bandit Queen was a movie. So this is the definition of Augustine that is very famous. Even without justice, state becomes a kind of a group of the bandits name. Comes in the middle. So therefore, communists are claiming that we are having more just society. Debatable. Debatable idea. Therefore, let's see. When Rawls is coming with idea of justice, let's see the context of Rawls. And these are issues are very much present in Rawls. Any question you want to ask? See, Rawls is writing a very landmark theory of justice in 1971. Rawls is writing theory of justice in 1971, and 1971 when he was writing theory of justice, this was a phase of a conflict between capitalism and communism. During Cold War, obviously, this was a ideological war, and Rawls was an American. Obviously, when an American, they were countering the ideology of communism. And look, communist societies are always claiming that capitalists are merely bourgeoisie. Because what was the viewpoint of communists? Communists are saying that capitalists are not democratic. This is a kind of a undemocratic because they are imperialist, they're colonial, where the exploitation is there in the capitalist society. So communists were looking for own idea of justice, and communists are saying that what is the true idea of justice without state, without government? Although they couldn't remove state and government, but they are saying that in a one-party government is the best for the provision of the social economic need of the people. In that context, on the one hand, there's a fighting between capitalism and communism, and second, the Rawls was also witnessing the rise of fascism, First and Second World War. This was impacting almost every political scholar. Therefore, Rawls was also witnessing this. By after 1945, there was a wave of a welfare state. There was a wave of welfare state. So what was happening? On the name of welfare, this was also realized by Berlin, Hayek. Look the similarity because Rawls is a liberal first and foremost. Remember, Rawls talk about social justice, but he's not socialist. Rawls talk about social justice, but he's a liberal. Let's see. This is very much matter of understanding. If somebody is liberal, can he compromise with democracy? If somebody is liberal, can they sacrifice constitution? If somebody is liberal, they compromise with liberty. These are fundamental principles. If I am saying Rawls was liberal, triple point. This is the way how we can guess. ये मुझे पता है ना कि अगर राम गोपाल वर्मा की मूवी है और राजपाल यादव है तो राजपाल यादव उसमें सीरियस रोल थोड़ी करेगा. मूवी का डेविड धवन की है तो ऐसे माला माल 2 और माला माल 3 ऐसे तो होगा. दिस इज वे हाउ वी कैन गेट द पॉइंट. ऐसे पढ़ने के तरीके होते हैं. देयर इज नो नीड ऑफ रेक्टिफिकेशन सर. हु कैन से व्हाट. तो मुझे पता होना चाहिए कौन क्या कह सकता है. इफ आई एम प्रोवाइडिंग वन इंफॉर्मेशन इज सफिशिएंट. therefore therefore welfare state and look, Rawls was very worried. Americans were also moving in the same direction. Deal program, Great Society, and the problem of welfare state is well known. Welfare state is good for the readdressing the problem of a marginalized section of society. Welfare Rawls was not criticizing welfare state at all. He was very much in support of welfare state, but he was also feeling that what should be the priority? What kind of just society we want to make? Rights should come first or welfare should come first? Capitalism should come first or a state-controlled economy should be more important? Once Rawls is talking about the justice, he is dealing with individuals should come first or community should come first. Procedural justice is more important or substantive justice is more important? Let's see how we can summarize this of Rawls, the context, and then you look even in the liberal variety, liberal tradition. So what was the challenge for Rawls? Right, he was not against the welfare state, but as a matter of priority, rights should come first or welfare should come first? Or both? That is the point. This should come first. Rights should come first or welfare should come first? दोनों कॉम्प्लीमेंट्री. कौन पहले आएगा मेरे बच्चे? पहले कौन आएगा? For liberal. If welfare come first, then there may be just society in the communism and fascism. We also keep saying about welfare of the people, welfare of the people. Point is very simple. But because and we are having multiple meaning of welfare. We don't have one single meaning of welfare. That was the reason why Hayek was criticizing the welfare state. Hayek says that there is multiple meaning of welfare for the multiple people. Being a student, what is welfare for you? Jobs. For peasants, what is welfare for the peasants? Electricity without any cost, free fertilizer. And what is the welfare for the rural section of society? Free of cost gas cylinder. We are having multiple meaning of welfare, but there is one meaning of right. If we are providing right, welfare may become. We are moving from welfare, the right may be compromised. And every label speaks in same way that what happened after Second World War. There was too much focusing on welfare, welfare. If welfare comes first, so there was a justice in fascism and communism. But for being a liberal, Rawls says that without democratic can't imagine about justice. And therefore, because we don't have any mechanism to make a procedure, without procedures, how we can ensure about the substantive justice? Aim was substantive, but method was the procedural justice. And thereafter, this was a context which we will discuss. And thereafter, what was challenge for Rawls? In liberal idea, there are two models of justice. One, it was a consequentialist concept of justice, Benthamite idea. Because liberals were also divided in the two groups. But Bentham was also liberal. And Bentham says that what is an example of a just society? Maximum happiness of maximum or greatest happiness of just number. Maximum happiness of maximum. This is the idea of a just society for Bentham. सिंपल सी बात है. मैक्सिमम हैप्पीनेस ऑफ मैक्सिमम नंबर सिंपली मीन्स अगर हमारे पास देखो लिबरल आइडिया ये है तो हमारे पास कितने लोग हैं? हमारे पास कम्युनिटी में वी आर हैविंग 100 पीपल. इफ 90 आर हैप्पी, if 90 people are having luxurious car, 90 people are having the even bungalows, employment, then people are marginalized. We don't care. First, right is not important, liberty is not important. What is important? Maximum happiness of maximum. Because what is the most important objective of life? To maximize pleasure. Then I'm repeating the term. Maximization of pleasure or enjoyment of liberty and right. What should come first? Bentham pleasure. Therefore, Benthamite idea of justice is a consequentialist idea of justice. Therefore, according to Bentham, Chinese society is just society. Because maximum people are very happy. Beside few dissident who are opposing the communist government for sake of democracy. And Tiananmen Square, you look the protest of students. Students came in Tiananmen Square or Beijing and they were brutally suppressed. Students were brutally suppressed. And you know that why? Because government says that because most of the people are happy, then why you are making such a hue and cry? Therefore, Benthamite idea of justice, might is problematic for Rawls. Believe in a majority and a concept of justice first. Likely to promote the Marxist and the fascist concept of justice second. May be available in the non-democratic government third. Determining liberty and dignity fourth. Therefore, consequentialist idea of justice can be an example of just society. अगर सोच के देख लो. Thereafter we can have an idea of a consequentialist. Can you give some example of consequentialist justice? Consequentialist justice simply means the result is more important than the procedures. Result is more important. Liberty is more important than pleasure. Pleasure is more important. Therefore, if government is giving us employment, if government is giving us employment, house, and government says that don't speak, बोलोगे या एम्प्लॉयमेंट लोगे? चाइना में रहोगे या इंडिया में रहोगे? If somebody want to live in China, they are following Bentham. हैप्पीनेस पहले चाहिए भाई, बड़े बंगलो चाहिए, कार चाहिए, बोलना कौन ज़रूरी है, कल बोल लेंगे ना। तो बंगलो वालों में चलने तो पहले देखें तो बंगलो में रहने का मतलब क्या होता है। वंस वी आर ड्राइविंग द BYD, thereafter वन जाओ टू हांगकांग टू बीजिंग, और पता चला कि shut your mouth. But second tradition of liberal that was getting inspiration from a great philosopher, Kant. What Kant says that, अब आप कहोगे यू नो इफ यू आर फॉलोइंग बेंथम, तो जब भी आप क्लास करने आओगे आप ये बताओ सर, ये बताओ रिजल्ट क्या होगा, ये बताओ वजह पढ़ाए जा रहे बेंथम रॉल्स। आई लाइक बेंथम बिकॉज ही कीप टॉकिंग अबाउट रिजल्ट। अच्छा आप कोई काम करे जाओ, सोचते हो ना कि what Bentham says that why you are preparing for UPSC, because something is attracting you, you are looking for pleasure, साथ में सपना आता होगा वो। बस मेरे आगे पीछे सिक्योरिटी गार्ड लगा ही हुआ है, तब तक नींद खुल जाती है, धम्म से गिर जाते, खटिया टूट जाती है। That is, and what Kant said, no, no, duty for duty's sake. Just you read out. Don't talk about marks, result. No. What is your idea? It is a duty for duty's sake. You are not here to get result. The result तो ना moral principles है दुनिया का. If you are doing something better, don't worry about result. तभी what about was said by in Mahabharata? Lord Krishna says to Arjun, Arjun, yes, I should go war. It's being a Kshatriya, it's your duty. Being a student, it's your duty to read out. अब पीटी नहीं पास हो डिस्करेज जाते हो, अरे बंधमाई रिजल्ट से मतलब है कि बस की। And therefore this idea is known deontological concept of justice. Why deontological? This is new idea of ethics. Deontological justice or deontological ethics. What is deontological? Justice and ethical principles are not relative, is universal. Universally applied over everyone. And what is most important of this deontological ethics, dignity of every individual, because the Kant very famously said that. Kant very famously said that in his hand in, again, although here man, he said man, it must be human being, but you know most of the people were patriarch earlier. और कांट आप जानते हो, कांट was not married, so he was such a great philosopher and he was very disciplined. एक ही बार बस टाइम को भूल गया था वो, अदरवाइज तो हमेशा टाइम का बड़ा पंक्चुअल था। अब देखो वी आर हैविंग टू आइडिया, Bentham versus Kant. Contemporary liberals are more influenced by Kant. Contemporary liberals are more influenced by Kant. You know reason? Why contemporary liberals are more influenced by Kant? For sake of dignity of individual, duty for duty's sake. Because here dignity of every individual or majority. Dignity or pleasure. What is the difference between dignity and pleasure? Pleasure is always physical. Pleasure always material. It is not material. It is not a physical. Therefore, just use something because it is a part of universal design, and therefore Kant. So Kant is a modern philosopher. Kant is not justifying morality on the basis of religious principle. This is a new beginning of the morality. Earlier, if you looked in medieval age, ethics was very much connected with the religion. But the development of modern age, ethics was very much in the nature. Kant is not saying that for sake of God you must be ethical, because this is by nature. And why dignity is very important, because human being, the, the human body, by and large, we are having liberty. So with liberty and right, we can't compromise. Can't compromise with liberty and rights. And ethics is universal or relative. Therefore, right and liberty, that is, everyone is having right or liberty, or only majority? Everyone. Therefore, whatever material pleasure we are getting, we are not like animals, only for material pleasure. Because yes, the physical need may be there, but again, therefore, Kant is moving from the dignity to rest of the part, that context. Rawls. Rawls can follow either Kant or Bentham. Can't believe in the procedure, just you do the task. Bentham believe in the consequential justice. Benthamite justice is also known as a consequential. Benthamite justice, no, consequentialist. Rawlsian justice is known as a deontological. Therefore, Rawls look for the procedural justice. Remember, Rawls always that my justice is procedural, not only procedural, pure procedural. Rawls never said that my justice is substantive, although outcome are the same. But he never said that. It means Rawls was very much influenced by Kant. Rawls rejected Bentham. Obviously, Rawls rejected communism, fascism. Rawls rejected communism and fascism. And thereafter, he coming with the idea of justice. And what is that? Universal simple means just like virtue ethics. Virtue ethics was relative. What is virtue ethics? Ethical relativism. Everybody is having different quality of soul. But Kant said no. Same human. That makes a kind of equality. Everybody is having same dignity. If everybody having same dignity, that becomes the fundamental of democracy. One person, one vote. But not on the idea of welfare, not on the idea of pleasure. Let's see. What are basic issues related with the justice of John Rawls? Because the examiner is not going to ask the basic thing like in books what is written, the priority, principle of liberty, equal opportunity, difference principle. These are very basic points. Because examiner always looking for the analysis issues. What are major issues that we can discover from Rawlsian justice? First, Rawlsian justice was procedural or substantive. That is the first issue. Then second, individual liberty and right is more important, or social welfare is more important? Individual right and liberty is more important, or welfare of the marginalized sections of society? In other words, justice is more important or efficiency? Rawls was analyzing question there. Whatever issue, individual liberty is more important or welfare? And once we speak for individual liberty or right, that means liberty, that is a capability, efficiency. In that context, we can discuss what is more important. Dignity of individual is more important, or the welfare of majority is more important. The welfare of majority or dignity, what is more important in justice? Thereafter, we will also examine the fact that it is a institutions are more important in justice, or we can imagine justice with a democratic system or without democratic system. It means what is more important in justice? Presence of a democratic system, presence of democratic institutions are more important in a just society, or idea of a welfare of the people. Welfare of the people is more important, or democratic institutions are more important. Therefore, these are questions that is analyzed by John Rawls, and thereafter John Rawls is discussing over ideas whether efficiency is more important or justice is more important, and finally you can write efficiency is more important or justice is more important. Justice is more important or welfare of the people is more important. Therefore, Rawls is discussing with every issue. Rawls has been discussing over every issue, and that is point. He is considered as one of the most relevant philosopher related with justice in the present world. Rawlsian Justice is very relevant. Rawlsian Justice is very much recognized across the world, because yesterday I have told you in 71 when Rawls was writing his theory of justice, because what Rawls was looking for, making kind of synthesis between the good of people and the right of individual. And what happens in communism? Democracy was suppressed. In communist system, there was no liberty and right for the sake of just society. And but for Rawls says that what happens in the capitalism, only the efficient people are recognized. Even only right and liberty cannot make a society just, but merely welfare may not make a society just. So how we are looking for making a just society on the basis of principle of Kant or Bentham? Kant believe in the idea of a dignity of a individual. Bentham believe in the welfare of people. So can we sacrifice dignity and liberty of one individual for the sake of well-being of majority? So these are very questions we can analyze. So now we are beginning with first question. First issue. How? Dignity of individual is very supreme in the Rawls, because Rawls is liberal. And we know that this is very logical to understand. Once we are saying Rawls is liberal, so for liberal, liberty become most important. For liberal, constitution is important. Liberal believe in a kind of a non-authoritarian government. Liberal cannot compromise with a democratic government. In that context, see how we can begin with the idea of justice of John Rawls. Rawls famously said that everybody is having everybody is having the sense of justice. How we can begin with Rawlsian idea of justice? His one sentence is very famous when he said that everybody everybody had the sense of justice. See, therefore, even you too, you are also having a sense of justice. So the idea of justice is making harmony in society, balance in society. Therefore, what is your opinion for a just society? What? Because everybody is having their own opinion, and dignity of everyone is equally respected. Because here, Kant was inspiration of Rawls. Kant says that man is end in itself, and by inspiring Kant, what Rawls says that self is a prior to its end. Self is prior to its end. I come first. All that sentence, they are signifying the basic essence that is same. Once I am saying that everybody is having their own sense of justice. Once I am saying that man is an end in itself. Therefore, it means nobody is more important than human being. Human being come first. If somebody is claiming that man is an end in itself, therefore, what is more important for that philosopher, individual or a society? Individual or justice? Individual or state? Illogical. You come first or UPSC come first? Self is prior to its end. You come first or mobile come first? You come first. Self is prior to its end. You come first or Delhi come first? You come first. That is very vital statement. And time and again we have repeated the sentence of that Kantian principle. And look, why Kant become the father of secular morality, secular ethics? Because Kant believed in principle of deontological ethics. So irrespective of consequence, just you look for the procedure. Don't think about consequence. If you are reading out, if you are working very hard, never worry about the consequence. What will be result? Result is not our worry. That is the idea of Kant. Kant says that duty for duty's sake. And Kant says everybody is equally important. Can you imagine the sentence? Caste, religion, economic status, doesn't matter at all. Even that is even to some extent. Here he is signifying that if man is end in itself, therefore even state is also, government is also secondary in comparison to human being. That is a philosophy which is very much inspiring all liberals including Kant. So by that philosophy, if Rawls is very much inspired by Kant, then one thing is very clear. Rawls is not going to compromise with dignity of individual first, liberty of individual first, right of individual again. It means what kind of just society you want to make, what should be the first value of just society? Because without justice, justice is central virtue of a society. That is very famous sentence of Rawls. Justice is the cardinal value of a society. Justice is a central virtue of society. If justice is central virtue of society, what should be the first element of just society? Freedom and liberty. This is a very much consequence of Kantian principle. So once we are reading out one thing, just you infer next step. That is understanding. And here, if Rawls is so believe in the idea of a dignity of individual, priority of individual, see, justice is a social principle or it is only idea of individual? Social principle. Idea of individual cannot be just society because what is my own opinion may not be opinion of my neighbor. Therefore, I want to make the opinion of individual in a collective will of just society. Is it a difficult task or simple task? Kant believe in primacy of individual. Kant is highlighting over the rationality of individual. Thereafter, is very simple. Kant says that because everybody is having their own sense of justice, and if everybody is important, again I'm repeating that everybody, not majority. And what is very important for everyone? Dignity, right. So nobody is willing to sacrifice their dignity and right. And everybody is having liberty, everybody is in dignity. So the very difficult question that even we cannot arrive over one consensus within a family. How we can make a consensus for making a just society collectively? That is very bigger task. But Rawls says that don't worry, I have an idea. And in that context, Rawls is even repeating the idea of a social contract of 17th century. Social contract is nothing new. And we can repeat the social contract in modern terms. Are you entered into any contract? आपने भी कोई contract वर्क किया है क्या? ओनर के साथ कॉन्ट्रैक्ट किया ऑब्वियसली, बाकी तो कोई कॉन्ट्रैक्ट वगैरह भी नहीं किया है। नहीं, बाकी मतलब, बाकी का मतलब क्या है, इफ़ यू आर टेकिंग लोन फ्रॉम बैंक यू हैव टू डू कॉन्ट्रैक्ट। और आप क्या समझ रहे हो? नो, therefore everything is based on contract here. Rawls want to translate the idea of justice of individual into collective principle of justice, and how every people will come together. Then Rawls make a hypothesis of a social contract. It means it was not a reality, it was a hypothesis. And what kind of social contract that was justified by Rawls? Imagine, social contract hypothesis means there's so many hypotheses in mathematics and physics. Suppose that value of x is 10 rupees. तो 10 rupees करने से हो थोड़ी जाता है 10 rupees, बस we are having assumption. Every philosopher is having jargons. Every philosopher is having some hypothesis in order to proving his ideas. Otherwise, is it possible that, or if you want to see this social contract and reality, therefore, is it possible that how we can assemble 30 crore American at one place? Very difficult. And that is the point. What Rawls make a hypothesis, and Rawls, what is kind of hypothesis? Let's see. We can repeat the Rawlsian hypothesis in the contemporary world of India. Chalo, you are also looking for making a just society. What is your opinion to make a just society? Tell me your opinion. Imagine there is a social contract because गणेश कभी लॉर्ड गणेश का इमर्सन हो रहा है, वो पूरा पंडाल खाली है, चलो वहीं बैठते हैं. नाउ लेट्स कंसिडर सोशल कॉन्ट्रैक्ट. 4 लोगों को बुला लेते हैं, बिकॉज एक तरफ ही सोशल कॉन्ट्रैक्ट में कौन आ जाए, करोड़ बाग में ऑल द स्टूडेंट्स आर द पार्ट ऑफ सोशल कॉन्ट्रैक्ट. लेकिन स्टूडेंट को ही बुलाया जाए, लैंडलॉर्ड को बुला लिया जाए. लैंडलॉर्ड को बुला लेते हैं. लैंडलॉर्ड को बुलाएं, गौतम गंभीर को ही बुला ले, बिकॉज ही इज ऑल्सो रिजाइडिंग सेम कम्युनिटी. तो मैं गौतम गंभीर को ही बुला लूंगा, भाई आप आ जाओ. एंड वी कैन ऑल्सो कॉल even there's some owner of showrooms like Tanishq. And if, because so many leaders are residing in the same Delhi, we can also give invitation to PM. We can also give invitation to Jindal, industrialist. Jindal is industrialist. PM is a politician. Gautam Gambhir is a cricketer. Would you like to call some actor and actress? एग्जामिशन करना है यार, आएगा कोई थोड़े, बुलाना ही तो है. किसको बुलाना चाहते हैं? बच्चन साहब को. नाउ ही इज वेरी मच बिजी इन शूटिंग कौन बने करोड़पति, बट आई कैन सेंड द इन्विटेशन. एंड आई एम तो उनका काम है. सी, once I have a social contract, therefore I want to ensure the representation of every group of a society. If I am assuming that only student will be the part of contract, it will not be fair. So it is a contract is important or fairness is important. Fairness is important. Therefore, we are ensuring the representation of every, even cricketer, then the businessman, landlords, industrialist. But there is a problem. It means they are the kind of a prototype of a society. They are a microcosm of society. We are picking samples. आप जानते हो what is scientific study? Once we are looking for a sample survey, we cannot knock every door. If we are looking for an opinion poll, so I can knock over 10th house, every 10th house. Similarly, if I am conducting a survey, I cannot call everyone from Karol Bagh, but I will have a representation of every group that is possibly exist in the community. And once they are assembling together, then now the contract start. But there is basic problem. अब सवाल है, मोदी जी आएंगे तो कॉन्ट्रैक्ट हमारा होगा, हम मोदी का मोदी जी और मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ पर्सनल एंड हु इज द बॉस ऑफ मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ, और जहाँ पे सिविल सर्विसेज का बॉस कौन है? पीएम ही तो है. ये लेटर लिंटी करवा लो ना. कॉन्ट्रैक्ट कराएंगे या इनसे जुगाड़ बनाएंगे? अब बताओ, अगर हमें कोई रिलायंस ग्रुप का आदमी मिल गया इस कॉन्ट्रैक्ट में, पहले मैं उनको फ़ोन नंबर लिखूंगा, सर मुंबई आना है, हाँ मुंबई देना। इज इट पॉसिबल टू हैव अ कॉन्ट्रैक्ट बिटवीन, और आप देखो लैंडलॉर्ड और आपके बीच में कॉन्ट्रैक्ट होता है या कंप्रोमाइज होता है? और स्टूडेंट इज विलिंग टू एग्री विथ एवरी कंडीशन ऑफ द आंटी। आंटी ने कहा 10 o'clock के बाद नहीं लाना है, बच्चे का नहीं लाऊंगा किसी को, क्या करेगा वो? अरे नहीं किसी को लाना है मतलब पेरेंट्स को लाओ, किसको लाना चाहते हो? डोंट टेक माई, इसीलिए मेरे बच्चे इतने होशियार होते हैं, अगर कोई बच्चा कहता है मुझे समझ में नहीं आ रहा है तो नो आई हैव डाउट, कि जो मैं नहीं बताना चाहता बहुत तेज समझ जाता है। आगे बात है, तो दैट इज द पॉइंट। देखो अब आंटी की सारी सर कंडीशन आप मान ही लेते हो, क्योंकि बिकॉज हाउ इट इज पॉसिबल? Melody, this contract is not fair because once people are interacting with each other, they are going to agree over a just society because we are having contract. Then I have a solution. In order to making contract fair, how this contract will fair? Again, again, Rawls is looking for again assumption, because what is happening? Everybody, because I am assuming that everybody is having their own sense of justice. That is the premise. So therefore, cricketer is having their own sense of justice. Students are having sense on. So nobody, either they are powerful or they are in good position, nobody should be able to influence others. That is the idea of good society, just society. If a small group of people they are able to influence others, we cannot make a fair contract. That is the point. In order to making contract fair, in order to making contract fair, what is the assumption of Rawls? Again he came with again hypothesis, veil of ignorance. In order to making contract fair, veil of ignorance. And what is veil of ignorance? You know that whosoever is taking part in our contract. See, what is veil of ignorance? Simply, first, they are not knowing their actual position in society. So they are forgetting. It means Gautam Gambhir. They are forgetting what actual position they are holding in society. They are forgetting that Gautam Gambhir is forgetting that I am a coach of India. Obviously, PM is a some for short time being. He is having short-term memory loss, because he will forget that he is the PM of India. The owner of a Tanishq showroom, he will forget that he is the owner, and therefore, and they are not aware of their future position, future status in a just society. They are neither aware of their actual position, so it is some kind of a making a egalitarianism in the contract. Why this contract is important? Because what is veil of ignorance? Again hypothesis. What is the contract? Again hypothesis. Because contract is not displaying the actual contract. Contract is saying that logic behind just society. And what is the contract? Contract is signifying the fairness, because everybody is take part in the contract. Contract signifying that justice is not a moral like Plato, not a divine like a religious person. Justice is a contract, a willingly choice of individual. That is the purpose of contract. It is the outcome of choice of individual. And in that way, individual is not at all remembering what is their actual position in the society. Everybody is forgetting. And स्टूडेंट को फॉरगेट करने की जरूरत नहीं कि स्टूडेंट तो पहले से फक्कड़ है. Now everybody became equal to us. हमें तो फॉरगेट करने की जरूरत ही नहीं है ना. But PM is forgetting that he is holding the office of PM. Therefore, what they are forgetting, their special class, what they're forgetting their economic status, what they're forgetting their power position in society in order to making contract fair. Otherwise, if somebody is powerful and I have come to know if somebody is powerful, then contract will not be fair. Therefore, and they are they are very much aware about one psychological principle. They are forgetting their actual position, but they are not forgetting one psychological principle of human nature. And what is the basic psychological principle of human nature? We are looking for maximization of our interest into. There is presumption of Rawls. He is liberal. This is very core assumption of liberals. What is the psychological human nature? First, everybody want to maximize their interest. See, nobody want to see loss in life. First point. And then second, nobody is a risk taker. Individual always take a least dangerous path. That is again said by Rawls. May not be agree with that human nature, but that is a description of a Rawls. Rawls says that first, human being never take a dangerous path. Human being always take a least dangerous path in life. And if I want to explain the same, what is meaning of least dangerous path? You also sometimes assume about your future rank in the UPSC examination. Have you ever thought about that? What kind of rank you are going to hold in the examination which is going to be held in days to come? Yeah. If you're assuming for rank 1, then you're khatron ke khiladi. You're a risk taker. This statement, if somebody is saying that no, in a future society, because I am asking if individual is risk taker, then what he will bet for? In a just society, I should have a luxurious bungalow. What kind of just society should be for me? I have a jet aircraft like Ambani. I will have a luxurious cars like Rolls Royce. This kind of just society I want to make. If nature of individual risk taker, क्या चाहिए आपको? If you are betting that I am going to become Elon Musk, although people are not aware about their actual position, so they cannot bet for the becoming Elon Musk. But the matter of fact is that if I am taking the highest risk, the most dangerous path, then I will bet for the to become in future just society. I want to become most richest person in just society. That will my bet. But आपको पता है what is psychologically? Once we are appearing examination, हमारी psychological जानते हो क्या bet होती है? यार एक नंबर मेरा प्रीमियम, बस एक रोल नंबर कहीं लास्ट में प्रिंट हो जाए, बस नाम छप जाए बस. दिस इज द नेचर ऑफ द लीस्ट डेंजरस पाथ ऑफ ह्यूमन नेचर. ऐसा ही होता है, कुछ और होता है ऐसा है. जब जब रिजल्ट छपता है, सिंस माय चाइल्डहुड आई न्यू दैट आई एम गोइंग टू बी टॉपर. उसके बाद बाकी बच्चे घबराना शुरू कर देते हैं. Nobody is knowing that who is going to become top. Yes. Therefore, what we are looking for, यार कम से कम एक रोल नंबर तो छप ही जाता है. उसके बाद जब आते फिर again we try that may be there. It means if I want to make a just society, what is the individual make a just society or community? Individual. What is nature of individual? Least dangerous path. They will take a least dangerous path. Thereafter, then individual will bet for what? To getting maximum good in the future just society, or they will look for the basic minimum goods. अब देखो, what is Rawlsian justice? If we are coming for contract, if we want to make a just society, अब देखो Rawls ने क्या कहा है? Individual is betting for. अमिताभ बच्चन भी बेट कर रहे हैं. किस बात का? गौतम गंभीर भी एक ही बात का बेट कर रहे हैं. In days to come, if my position will be worst in society, what will happen? Then what maximum good I will avail. Again, I'm repeating. They are not fighting for the position that if my position will be best in society, what goods I will avail, they're not asking for that. On the contrary, what they're saying that what will happen in future society in days to come if I'm occupying in a below poverty line. If I am unable to get a proper job, then what basic condition, what maximum condition I would like to have. हमारा बेट ये नहीं कि आईएएस ऑफिसर बन जाऊंगा तो क्या लूंगा, नहीं, ये बेट है ही नहीं. मेरा बेट ये नहीं कि मैं क्रिकेटर मुझे बनना है, फिल्म डायरेक्टर बनना है, इतना अमाउंट हमें चाहिए, नहीं, हमारा बेट ये नहीं है. हमारा बेट क्या है? Yes, if I am unable to become film director, unable to become IAS officer, unable to become industrialist, then what maximum primary goods I will looking for. अभी मान लो इतना भी बस कंडीशन में लाइफ आ जाए तो आप क्या किस चीज से कॉम्प्रोमाइज नहीं करोगे? छोटा सा हाउस हो जाए, ठीक है, हार्ले डेविडसन ना हो तो होंडा की ही स्कूटर हो जाए, हेल्थ केयर हो जाए, राइट लिबर्टी रहे, इतनी बेसिक चीज हमारी लाइफ में हो. दिस वॉज अ बेट ऑफ इंडिविजुअल, एंड यू नो दैट this was the principle of justice where everyone was agreed upon. Thereafter, sense of individual justice was translated into a principle of just society. Is it clear? Again, I'm repeating the sequence. We are beginning from here. Everybody is having sense of justice, point number one. If everybody has sense of justice, then how we can make a principle of just society? We have made hypothesis of social contract. Social contract means everybody is involved in the making a just society, neither majority not minority, every individual. And what was the bet of every individual? Because everybody was betting over the same point. If I'm occupying the worst condition in future society, what maximum facilities I will look for. And this was the bet of everyone. Again, I'm repeating. This was not bet of majority. This was not bet of. This was bet of everyone. Thereafter, because the social contract was fair, because it was a basic assumption of Rawls that everyone is a. What is human nature of everyone? Taking a least dangerous path. And thereafter, a just society is formed. Thereafter, just society is formed. And what kind of a primary goods needed in just society? What kind of primary goods is essential for everyone? Therefore, what kind of just society Rawls look for? First and foremost in just society, first, liberty. In Rawlsian just society, nobody is willing to compromise with liberty and rights. But the liberty and rights are important, our welfare is also important. Second, in just society, everybody will avail the same amount of goods or we can make a difference. How we can make a difference? In just society, everybody will not avail the same amount of good, but primary goods will be available for everyone. Even primary goods will be available more for the people below poverty line. What is the primary good? Health, education, liberty, right? Primary good will be available for everyone. And then everyone is free to become industrialist. Everyone is free to become industrialist. Everyone will enjoy the rights and freedom. That is the principle of equality of opportunity. It means that is the basic three principle of Rawlsian justice. First, liberty and rights. Because nobody is willing to sacrifice with liberty and rights. In the contract, first, But liberty and rights is also looking for the availability of basic goods, primary goods, and primary goods will be available maximum for whom? Rich or poor? Rich or poor? And can you imagine that? Who is going to become poor? Anybody was aware of that? तो ये बताओ किसको पता है कि यूपीएससी में फेल हो जाएगा? जिसका पेपर खराब भी होता है क्या कहता है? नो सर सर मेंस क्वालिफाई होने जाएगा। तो लास्ट तो सी सेट में 0.5 पे रह गया, बाकी तो कोई फर्क नहीं। दैट इज पॉइंट। Nobody, everybody is looking for that. In a condition he is occupying the worst position, then they will have the maximum primary goods. Again, maximum, but not every goods. Maximum primary goods. So is it possible in just society distribute everybody Harley Davidson and BMW? But what is possible in just society? बाइक तो दे, स्कूटी तो दे सकते, ये दे दो. Can we make Antalya everybody? Is it possible to distribute Antalya for everyone? That is not idea of just society. But it is possible to distribute a 2-room set for everyone. तो कभी धारावी में जुग्गीज में बन रहा है, एक रूम सेट तो सबको बना के दिया जा रहा है. This is point. Here we are distributing social goods in favor of rich or poor. Poor is getting primary goods, rich is getting property and right. This is inclusive or exclusive? सबका साथ, development of the rich as well as the poor. This is the most inclusive idea of justice. Is it clear? How Rawls, this was the question of mains one. Rawls का सबसे टफ क्वेश्चन मेंस का तक यही पूछा गया था, जहाँ से मैंने शुरू किया. Everybody is having their own sense of justice. ऐसा क्वेश्चन आ जाए कैसे लिखोगे आप? If everybody is having own sense of justice, beginning from individual and finishing with people of justice. This is one dimension of Rawlsian justice. और आप देखोगे पूरे आइडिया में इसी आसपास हम जाते हैं. In short, that is the idea of Rawlsian justice, and every time we are going to discuss about that. Let's see why Rawlsian justice is very much inclusive. See what is happening. What kind of just society? I can give you another example. If you want to choose Rawlsian idea of justice, but before moving over next point, I can tell you this idea of just society in some practical example. But can you tell me why Rawls is very much worried about the well-being of marginalized section of people? And for the well-being of marginalized section of people, what Rawls wrote a name? Least advantaged section of society. Either you say least advantaged section of society, or you say below poverty line, or you say marginalized, downtrodden, they are same. So the question is that, don't you find that in a just society, Shah Rukh Khan, Akshay Kumar, they are also welcomed. But in just society, they will take their interest of poor. Don't you think that is a more balanced idea? And let's see. Therefore, our Constituent Assembly, which was crafting the Constitution, it was our Constituent Assembly or it was a social contract? This was a question of mains. How our Constituent Assembly was a social contract? It was a social contract. And let's see. Can we compare Rawlsian justice with our preamble of the Constitution? Justice, liberty, equality and the fraternity. Let's see sequence. First justice, then liberty, then equality. If you are looking for, I am giving some example. Would you like to live in North Korea? Why? North Korean society is just or unjust? No, क्यों unjust है? There is no liberty, no freedom. Okay, will you like to stay in China? You know, China's GDP is 5 times more than India. First time I am surprised to listen this answer but the people are unemployed. अच्छा, आप होशो हवास में हो या कुछ ऐसा तो नहीं कि गणेश जी का प्रसाद खा के हो कुछ मामला? And then I will take a next example. Would you like to stay in US? And third, would you like to stay in a Scandinavian country? Would you like? Just a second. Egalitarian. Therefore, what Rawls is saying that it is a false. It is a false. It is a false presumption that you would like to say remove every kind of inequality from society. And if you want to equate between Shah Rukh Khan and ordinary people, this is not going to happen. उसमें क्या होगा? Therefore, you know that Rawls is saying that the responsibility of rich people to compensate the poor. Why rich should compensate the poor? इस वाले में नॉजिक को जाके पूछा, so Mr. Nozick, tell me your answer, because Nozick wrote a book in 1974, Rawls wrote a book in 1971. So, sir, tell me, Rawls is saying that it is the rich people who are efficient, who are capable, who are having the property. They should compensate the poor. It means they should give more taxes for empowerment of the poor. Nozick ने कहा that gone bad. अगला आदमी है. Nozick was not supporting. Then I approached to Marxist. मैं मार्क्सिस्ट से पूछा कि रॉल्स क्या बता रहे हैं उनको. Let's see the organ created by Rawls. Out and out capitalist. Marxists were saying that he was capitalist. Why he was capitalist? Marxist ने क्या आइडिया लगाया यार, क्लास भूल जाएंगे, ओरिजिनल पोजीशन आ जाएगी, आई एम फॉरगेटिंग दैट. अरे सीधी सी बात है, वर्किंग क्लास तो फॉरगेट किया हुआ ऐसा पोजीशन नहीं है. हाउ इट इज पॉसिबल फॉर इंडस्ट्रियलिस्ट? मार्क्सिस्ट ने कहो वी नो दैट दीज कैपिटलिस्ट दे ऑलवेज मेक अ जॉर्गन. ये तो सीधी ऐसी बात है जैसे हाउ वी कैन फॉरगेट दिस क्लास बेस्ड सोसाइटी. जब कभी मूवी में आता है, कभी मूवी नहीं देखते, ऐसा कि ऑर्डिनरी आदमी की शादी बड़े बड़े घराने में हो जाती है. दिस कॉन्ट्रैक्ट इज लाइक दैट. दिल वाले दुल्हनिया ले जाएंगे, दिस कॉन इट द नेबर हैपेंस इन एक्चुअल लाइफ. तो मार्क्सिस्ट ने क्या कहा, ओ माय गॉड, इग्नोरिंग द क्लास बेस्ड सोसाइटी, मेकिंग अस अ फूल. Oh, my capitalists will forget that they're capitalists. How is possible? So Marxists are saying that, oh my God, this is a strategy for fulfilling the capitalist agenda. और ये बात याद रखना, जब ये Rawls से पूछे, don't you think that neoliberals were also criticizing Rawls, Marxists were also criticizing Rawls? तब तक मैं feminist के पास चला गया, Okin के पास. The sister, tell me something about Rawlsian Justice. The contract, it was not fair. Oh my God, it was a fair. Look, veil of ignorance. Nobody was aware about their position. Okay, all male were participant in the contract, you know. We were not part of contract. We were cooking a meal inside the house. कमाल की बात है. इतने लोगों ने क्रिटिसाइज किया. Does it mean that Rawlsian justice is undermined? अब बताओ, और कोई आइडिया बना लो आप. Criticism is more important or constructive alternate is more important? I will tell you alternate, but the point is that. अब तो रॉल से पूछा गया. Now coming over Rawls and criticism, I will see later too. Coming to Rawls, जब Rawls की बात पूछेगी Rawls से, Rawls, why Rawls is so much worry about the well-being of marginalized section of society? Can you have some clue about that? Rawls is too much emphasize over the well-being of the marginalized class, the people welfare, the people who are occupying the least advantaged condition in society. Why? Looking answer from the Rawlsian perspective, not a layman. layman में तो कही दोगे ना कि वेलफेयर के लिए, तो ऐसी जवाब की उम्मीद मुझे नहीं है. मुझे जवाब यहाँ से चाहिए मेरे बच्चों, ये आपके सामने है, ये सही लेमैन जवाब नहीं चाहिए मुझे। लेमैन जवाब हो गया ना, वो तो वैसे बिना रॉल्स के पढ़े ही बात आप कह देते भाई, रॉल्स पढ़ने क्या जरूरत है इसके लिए। कोई नई बात है क्या? अरे रॉल्स में क्या है, अब रॉल्स ऐसी बात पे तो कितनी बार से हो रही है भाई, मुझे रॉल्स में क्या खास बात है? रीड आउट केयरफुली, अगेन यू आर फॉरगेटिंग द पॉइंट, probably you are forgetting the bet of agreement. What was the bet of the contract? And bet was the contract is if I am occupying the least advantageous condition in future society. If everybody was putting himself or himself in a least advantageous condition, a worse condition. Therefore, they were betting that in case if I am occupying the least advantageous position, what maximum primary goods I will avail. This was the reason. When nobody was sure that he is going to occupy top position, everybody was putting a bet over that he may get the lowest position in society. So the probability of becoming poor was very same for everyone. Everyone was betting to become poor. Therefore, in that condition, they must receive, because nobody was knowing that he is going to occupy that high offices. सबको यही लग रहा था ना कि because they are unable to qualify the exam, they are unable to top the exam. भाई अगर हमारी पोजीशन नीचे भी आ जाए तो क्या हमें, देखो now government of India is coming with new scheme, if a person appear for interview, they will have another chance. Good for all. A chance to do कुछ, because everybody assumed that he is going to occupy the worst position in the future society. This was logical reason. So will you write the reason of a Rawls or layman? Rawls की बात ही करनी पड़ेगी ना. Now I can see shift over another issue. ऐसी बात देखो, सिंपल सी बात, चलो हम लोगों ने कॉन्ट्रैक्ट कर लिया है ना. The point is very firm. Why Rawls is so much emphasizing over the well-being of poor? That is the point of discussion. And whatever answer you are giving, this is correct. Layman. If I am asking in a particular context of Rawls, let's see the social contract of Rawls. भाई सोशल कॉन्ट्रैक्ट में चलो हम लोग यहाँ पे कॉन्ट्रैक्ट हुआ तो सब यार सारे लोग पॉलिटिशियन आ गए. कॉन्ट्रैक्ट में आपकी बेटिंग क्या थी? बिकॉज वी आर नॉट रिस्क टेकर, लीस्ट डेंजरस पाथ. Since human nature is willing to get a least dangerous path, therefore everybody was betting that in case if I am occupying a worse condition in society, maximum primary goods I will avail. It was a matter of chance that somebody become rich, but nobody was betting to become rich. In that case, is it clear? भाई उसके बाद क्या होगा, जो रिच हुए वो टैक्स ज़्यादा देंगे और गवर्नमेंट उनके टैक्स को लेकर किसको दे देगी? ठीक है, इसलिए अब देखो. अच्छा बताओ, देखो अब क्यों फ्यूचर बोलना था, अभी ये भी क्लेरिफाई करना. दिस इज अ क्वेश्चन. आप कह रहे हो, लेट्स सी, इन द वेल ऑफ इग्नोरेंस वी आर नॉट अवेयर अबाउट आवर प्रिविलेज्ड पोजीशन. बट अच्छा बताओ, किसी गांव में किसी गांव में जाओ, किसी दादा से पूछो, दादा आपको महीने में कितने पैसे की जरूरत पड़ती है, बता देगा. तो दादा यू नो इकोनॉमिक्स, मेरे डाउट, इकोनॉमिक्स कौन सी बुक आप पढ़ते हो? जो भी पढ़ते हो, मुझे क्या पता इकोनॉमिक्स में क्या पढ़ते हो. अब बताओ, दादा को बिना इकोनॉमिक्स पढ़े सब बात पता है कि हमें इतने पैसे चाहिए. दिस इज बेसिक साइकोलॉजिकल. Here we are forgetting our special status. Since human being is involved in contract, they cannot forget their basic instinct. This is basic psychology. everybody is looking for maximization of their interest, and what is basic psychology, they cannot take a dangerous path. इसी बात है. तो इस वजह से अदरवाइज एवरीबॉडी इज अवेयर अबाउट व्हाट इज बेसिक साइकोलॉजी. देखो बेसिक साइकोलॉजी क्या है, जैसे आप सड़क पे जा रहे हो, जैसे अचानक व्हीकल आपके सामने आ गया, कोई फार्मूला थोड़ी पड़े, तुरंत स्टॉप हो जाते हो, हमारा तुरंत रिएक्ट करते हैं. और आप सच मानो, मोस्ट ऑफ द पीपल की बात पे तो कहते भाई हमारा फ्यूचर सिक्योर है. फ्यूचर कैसे सिक्योर होगा, इतनी चीज मुझे मिलनी ही चाहिए, बाकी देख लेंगे. रेस्ट ऑफ थिंग डिपेंड्स अपॉन द पोजिशन, बाद में तय होगा. देखो भाई सीधी बात है, रॉल्स की जस्टिस देखो, जैसे फिलोसफर आर वेरी सेम लाइक द फिल्म डायरेक्टर. फिल्म डायरेक्टर की मूवी का पहले एंड होता है, बाद में स्टोरी और सॉन्ग उसमें जैसे भर देता है. रॉल्स वाज लुकिंग टू द सोसाइटी that will be that will be combined the liberty and right of the rich with the power with the social economic interest of poor. ऐसी किसी बात को बोलना था, उनको जॉर्गन चाहिए था. सोशल कॉन्ट्रैक्ट वाज मीन, वेल ऑफ इग्नोरेंस वाज मीन्स, व्हाट वाज द आउटकम? जस्ट, कोई तो जस्ट सोसाइटी थी ना, उनको पता था बस. बट बीइंग अ फिलोसफर इतनी बात वो न कहते, इतनी पॉपुलर कैसे होते, बड़े इंटेलेक्चुअल कैसे कहलाते रॉल्स. यू गॉट योर आंसर. हाँ, remember, they were looking for maximum primary goods, small goods, primary. अब देखो ये तो पॉइंट ऑफ क्रिटिसिज्म हो सकता है भाई. इफ आई एम नॉट एग्री विद द बेसिक नेचर ऑफ ह्यूमन बीइंग ऑफ रॉल्स, that can be different matter. Later we will criticize that. Otherwise, what is said by Rawls, we sometimes we may agree, we may not be agree. But in my opinion, मेरे बच्चों देखो, most of the people work in the same thing. सच में देखो, once we are taking risk, nobody knows that हमारा फ्यूचर पोजीशन क्या होगा. आपको पता है, द्रौपदी मुर्मू से somebody was taking interview, my man, you are sure that you are going to occupy the office of president? Oh my, what do you think? He was not at all. I have never dreamt of that. आपको पता है मोस्ट ऑफ द पीपल का ऐसे ही होता है. तो मोदी जी चाय बेचते थे, कहाँ चले गए? तो इसका कॉन्ट्रैक्ट ही तो है. अब मोदी से पूछो कि बचपन सपना था पीएम बनने का, बेकार बात है ना. बस ये थोड़ा चाय मिल जाए, थोड़ा चाय ब्रेड मिल जाए, इतना ही सपना था. आपका भी क्या सपना है? बस एग्जाम क्रैक कर दें, सीधे चीफ सेक्रेटरी बन जाए. जाओ एग्जाम क्रैक करो, उसके बाद देखेंगे. दैट इज रियल ह्यूमन. देखो मैंने तो जितने अपने स्टूडेंट को बहुत पास से देखा है, सब डरते रहते हैं. पीटी पास सर, पास में सवरा तो आई वॉज वेरी श्योर आई एम गोइंग टू टॉप दिस. आई हैव सीन नाइन. आपको अंदर सच बताना, जब आप अंदर जाके रूम में जाते होगे क्या, ऐसा सोचते हो? ऐसा ना ना, फाड़ दूंगा फाड़ दूंगा, ऐसा सोचो क्या? हाँ, लोगों के साथ भले ही ऐसे बोल दो, होता है. दिस इज व्हाट रॉल सेड. by more or less is true about human nature. But you may disagree. Rawls said that. Now, we can change the heading. Now we are coming over the next issue. Next issue. Next, you can write the yes. Procedural versus substantive. Next heading. देखो अब बड़ी सिंपल सी बात आपको बता दें. व्हाट इज द मीनिंग ऑफ प्रोसीजरल जस्टिस? अब बताओ, सिंपल से देखो कैसे हम एग्जाम्पल लेते हैं. व्हाट इज रॉल्सियन जस्टिस, व्हाट इज द बेंथमाइट जस्टिस, एंड व्हाट इज द नॉजिक जस्टिस? देखो सिंपल सी बात है, नॉजिक का जस्टिस कैसे होगा? आपको पता है रोहित शर्मा जिस बंगलो में रहते हैं उनकी कॉस्ट है 300 करोड़. देन पीएम जिस बंगलो में रहते हैं तो उसका कोई कॉस्ट ही नहीं है, पर कोई कॉस्ट नहीं है. देन इवन द ओनर ऑफ एयरलाइंस lives in a bungalow like Antalya, 15,000 crore. He's only taking the 1,000 crore jet aircraft. और यहाँ पता चला स्कूटी खरीदने में बजट बना बच्चों का. ओ माय गॉड. और लास्ट मेरा फुक्कड़ बच्चा जो अनएम्प्लॉयड. ओ माय गॉड. अनएम्प्लॉयमेंट, एम्प्लॉयड यूथ. एंड हाउ वी कैन फॉरगेट द बंगलो ऑफ डीएम साहब. बंगलो डीएम साहब को देख लो तो वन साहब 7 एकड़ में तो बंगलो था, 7 हेक्टेयर. और आप जानते हो 20-20, वो माय गॉड, बफलो 20-20 तो इतना होता क्या है दूध. ये लोग बहुत ऑनेस्ट ऑफिसर होते हैं, क्या कहते सारे मार्केट में बेच के गवर्नमेंट रेवेन्यू में जमा कर देते हैं. तो मेरे बच्चों को चाय बनाने में दूध नहीं मिलता. Can you see the vertical change? Because we continuously read out in the Frankfurt School in political theory. We read out Frankfurt School. अब संयोग से मेरा मेरा कोई स्टूडेंट जर्मनी में भी गया है, तो he visited me to Germany Teachers Day. उसने फ्रैंकफर्ट स्कूल की, उनका सर देखो आप पढ़ाते थे, उसने फ्रैंकफर्ट स्कूल के सामने फोटोग्राफी करके मुझे भेजा है. बताओ मैं यहीं यहीं पे वर्जीनियस करोड़ों. दिस इज वर्टिकल चेंज वंस समबडी क्वालिफाइंग यूपीएससी एग्जाम. बताओ यार जस्ट सोसाइटी है और अनजस्ट सोसाइटी है. जस्ट सोसाइटी अनबिलीव. नॉजिक सेज दैट जस्ट. अच्छा रोहित शर्मा ने किसी का प्लॉट हड़प लिया है. विराट कोहली, शाहरुख खान, मन्नत, ही इज ओनिंग मन्नत. बट लेट्स सी, the matter of fact is that Dhirubhai Ambani, and let's see the history of Dhirubhai Ambani. Once he was owning a simple textile tea shops, but now he's owning so much. Therefore, everyone. Let's see, Nozick was writing democratic country. He's defending market economy. Simple principle of Nozick is that if somebody is rich, deserve to become entitled to keep this house. Because we only know the end result. But if somebody becomes PM, let's see, here's their hard work. They have given 20 years of this hardship. And that is the point. For logic, remember, there is no need to make equality in society. And what is basic principle of justice? That is entitlement. Therefore, if somebody is begging, they're entitled to beg. What anybody can do. सवाल है व्हाट इज जस्टिस. लॉजिक से पूछोगे व्हाट आई कैन डू फॉर पुअर, मतलब करने की जरूरत है, वो करेगा ना अपने अपने. और देन इफ यू आस्क टू लॉजिक व्हाई ही बिकेम पुअर, lazy, not a hard working. Because in a democracy he got equal opportunity to become successful, but he couldn't convert the same. अब जरा सोच के देख लो, because Sachin Tendulkar and Vinod Kambli, they were batchmate. In some videos, people are very emotional. They're comparing that, oh, Vinod, Sachin Tendulkar ने काम्बली कोई हेल्प नहीं की. This kind of a negative video. सचिन तेंदुलकर बड़ी सारी हेल्प काम्बली की है, लेकिन अब हेल्प क्या करोगे जब अगला आदमी ही हेल्प करने को तैयार नहीं है. Therefore, logic simply says that this is a fact. This is just society, but very hard to accept. I don't have any problem with the people who are keeping this kind of luxurious bungalow. but I may have problem. अब देखो सवाल है, if somebody may be lazy, somebody may not be hardworking, but what is the fault of a child? Have a fault. Therefore, my dear principal, my dear friends, we cannot make a society on the basis of survival of fittest. Therefore, logic is forgetting the fact that we are living in a human world. In human world, we are born with need. Child is not efficient. Child is not capable. And let's see the human uniqueness of human being. Even in old age, after 60 to 70, any person, irrespective of their capability, in old age, elders can't fight and survive. Then you will say that we want to make a society on the basis of efficiency. That is the reason. Logic is different from Rawls. For logic, what is justice? Efficiency. For logic, what is justice? As we are chosen, entitlement. And see, logic is a problematic because logic justice is some sort of a principle who justify that my might is right, whosoever rich is okay, and whosoever is poor is also okay. Even he is somehow he is somehow justifying. Well, Spencer, Darwin's principle, survival of fittest. Biological principle may not be suitable for society. Otherwise, what will happen? Fight, violence, conflict emerge in society. This is one model of just society. Very difficult to accept. तो भाई ऐसी सोसाइटी आप रहोगे, सोचो मेजॉरिटी ऑफ द पीपल आर पुअर and therefore even you know that why Scandinavian countries are best for the level of disparity is less. So we are not saying that there is we everybody is looking like Bangla like Italia. At least we should have a right to live in a dignified way. If some beggar is there in the community, it is a moral responsibility of entire community. This is a showing of some sort of a sick society. First. Then let's consider our Marxist. Marxists are saying just opposite. अब वही तो प्रॉब्लम है. Logic speaks something differently. And logic says the procedure. Because if you ask to logic that why you justifying the property of someone, they are saying procedural justice simply means in democratic country rule of law. Making a fact is allowed for everyone. There is a rule of law. Remember, capitalists are saying that we are not justifying the property of landlord, but the property of landlord can be based on succession. The scheme is only made because of the hard work of the people. This was the argument of logic. But let's see. So logic believe in a procedural justice, but that is a procedural become pure procedural. So logic is saying that outcome. We don't worry about outcome. So he's justifying a pure capitalist society, efficiency. But let's see. On the other hand, Marxist viewpoint. What is the Marxist viewpoint of justice? What is the Marxist viewpoint of justice? सबको या तो एक जैसा घर दे दो या सबको बाइक दे दो, लफड़ाई खत्म. In a communist society, even outcome is more important. Everybody should get same sort of things. Therefore, everybody is entitled to get the same size of house. Everybody should own the same piece of land. Everybody should keep the same type of bike. That is a Marxist idea of justice. Marxist idea of justice is just opposite to procedural justice because what it is focusing over outcome. Outcome is more important because simple belief of Marxist is that because whatever production happens in society is not a result of one person. Production is always a collective effort. Production is always the effort of community. So why the profit should be maximized by one person alone? Therefore, Marxists are saying that therefore entire resources must be owned by the community. This is Marxist way of justice. But don't you think that Marxist way and Nozick, they are standing over the two opposite extremes. What happens in the Marxism? This kind of a society we couldn't realize in the practice. But in China, in North Korea, whatever they have made, they sacrifice liberty and right. Then let's see Bentham. Then we will discuss about the Rawls. What is the opinion of Bentham? Bentham believe in the principle of maximum happiness of maximum. See, if person A is owning luxurious car, person B is owning luxurious bungalow, person C is having a Harley Davidson, person D is owning industry or a corporate house, person E is having a bicycle, person F is having a scooter. Let's see. Bentham says that this is just society because maximum people are happy. What is the principle of just society for Bentham? If maximum people are happy, example of just society. Here, if some people are owning a bike, bicycle, and some people are having scooty, they are in minority. And what is the idea of Bentham? Maximum happiness of maximum number. Because Bentham says that if majority is happy, forget about minority. For Bentham, individual is not unit. What is unit is a majority. And everybody is looking for a pleasure. Therefore, up in China, even everybody may not be rich. Everybody is not living in Tianjin, Shanghai. आपको पता है चाइना में कोई विलेज में भी रहता होगा, but no journalist is allowed to go in the village. In government, what is the source of information in China? Only Global Times publish everything. We never come to know that what is actually happening inside the Chinese society. Let's see. This is a Bentham's idea, and I want to tell you something different picture. Then you compare. This is Bentham's idea. I have a different picture. Point number one. May not have a luxurious car, but person is having car. Person B is having all house available for not a luxurious house. Person C is having a bike. Person D is having a scooty. Person E is having a kind of a Tata Nano. This society appears more just. This society appears more just. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 10. और क्या इसमें रख लें? Car, it means bike, industry, a kind of MSMEs. They are owner of a handicraft. This society is more just. Two, disparity is less. That is the idea of Rawls. How you assume a society is just? Let's see. The person who is the poorest and the person who is richest. Richest के पास क्या है? कार है. Poorest के पास क्या है? Gap is less. यहाँ पे क्या है? Richest के पास क्या है? Luxurious कार है. कार नहीं है. वो क्या है? Rolls Royce है. BMW है. यहाँ बाइसिकल है. Therefore, Rawls believe in, very interesting, Rawls believe in procedural justice, unlike of logic. Unlike of Nozick. Is it clear? अब देख लो अब Nozick, अब देखो मार्क्सिस्ट आइडिया ऑफ जस्टिस क्यों प्रॉब्लमेटिक है। अच्छा यहाँ लिबर्टी सबको मिलेगी, राइट सबको मिलेगा, ये सब चीज़ तो मिलेगी मिलेगी, मार्क्सिस्ट में वो भी नहीं मिलेगा। Therefore, a society is considered just. It means you cannot remove disparity in society like Marxist utopia. If you are looking that no, everybody is having, अब मार्क्सिस्ट क्या कहते हो, स्कूटी सबको दे तो कार सबको दो, बेकार की वाली बात मत करो तुम। किसी को स्कूटी दे रहे हो, किसी को कार दे रहे हो, ये बात कौन सी बात है। मार्क्सिस्ट में तो सबके पास स्कूटी हो, सबके पास कार हो। राइट। हाउ रॉल्स इज वेरी प्रैग्मेटिक। आएगा कैसे, वही तो आ रहा है, लिख लो। पूरी दुनिया में चल कौन रहा है, पूरी दुनिया में चल कौन रहा है, रॉल्स चल रहा है पूरी दुनिया में। इंडिया में क्या चल रहा है बताओ ना, रॉल्स ही तो है। यूएस में, इंडिया में, यूरोप में, जहाँ जहाँ डेमोक्रेटिक कंट्रीज हैं, यू कैन सी द प्रैक्टिस ऑफ रॉल्स। नेक्स्ट पॉइंट, मैंने कुछ बात आपको बता दी थी ना लॉजिक की। नेक्स्ट पॉइंट, रॉल्स रॉल्स फिल नहीं हो रहा, रॉल्स कह रहा है कब उनको और टैक्सेशन मारो, इनहेरिटेंट टैक्स लगेगा। और अब कैन यू इमेजिन, ये देखो हमारे पास 50% टैक्सेशन है। शाहरुख खान ने जवान बनाई, 500 करोड़ तो गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया को दे दिया, बैठे बैठे। प्राइमरी गुड्स, यस। नो नो नो, दान दक्षिणा इज नॉट illegitimate, requiring is prohibited। कैसे legitimate करोगे, इन डेमोक्रेसी that is not allowed। प्रोसीजर, दिस इज अगेंस्ट द प्रोसीजर। तो यूएस में यूके का प्रोसीजर आर वेरी स्ट्रॉन्ग। आपने देखो अडानी की कंपनी के बारे में, हमारे यहाँ तो कई बार क्रोनी कैपिटलिज्म आ भी जाता है, इसमें प्रोसीजर्स आर वेरी स्ट्रिक्ट, नोबडी इज गेटिंग द बेनिफिट, सिस्टम इज सेम, रियली रूल ऑफ लॉ रियली वर्क देयर। हमारे यहाँ क्या लिखा हुआ है, डू नॉट फीड द एनिमल्स, इन्वायरमेंटल एक्ट 1972, उसी के नीचे आदमी खिला रहा है, उसी बोर्ड के नीचे। बट काइंड ऑफ रूल ऑफ लॉ पीपल आर नॉट अबाइडिंग बाय दैट। यस, ऐसा नहीं है। आपने देखा होगा, ऑल्दो दिस बिकम वेरी क्रिटिकल, एक इंडियन था जर्मनी में, कुछ ऐसा शो कर रहा था, एंड पुलिस वार्न स्टॉप, दो बार स्टॉप बोला तो शूट कर दिए थे, तीसरी बार शूट कर दिया। अरे पुलिस इज सो फ्रेंडली टू द पीपल। हमारे हमारे यहाँ रूल ऑफ लॉ है, बुक में है, प्रैक्टिस में थोड़ी होता है। अब देखो, व्हाट इज लेक्सिकल प्रायोरिटी, Rawls is very fixed. In a just society, what Rawls says that first principle is liberty or rights. Second principle is a difference principle. I will again explain difference principle. Then it is a equality of opportunity. Then it is equality of opportunity. And last, it is a well-being of least advantaged section of society. Least advantaged section of society. This is priority. Why is it clear that why Rawlsian justice is procedural? Is it clear that why Rawlsian justice is procedural? Because liberty and right will always come first. Justice really is more important than efficiency. Right is more important than welfare. Let's see. Well-being of least advantaged section of society will come in last, not in first. This was again the sequence. This sequence can't be changed in any condition. This sequence can't be changed in any condition. Now it's very clear. It's very clear that Rawls will never accept that liberty will be compromised. Why? For the well-being of people. That is the point. That may be in China. That may be North Korea, where liberty can be compromised for the sake of the well-being of the people. But you know that, is it possible that, Rawlsian justice, can you tell me any possibility that how I can curtail liberty? Rawlsian premise of justice. Is it possible to curtail liberty at any point of time in Rawls? Any possibility of curtailment of liberty? Any ground of curtailment of liberty? To some extent, yes, it was for well-being, but what Rawls says that liberty can be curtailed for sake of liberty only. अब मान लो विराट कोहली मैच खेल रहे हैं, अंपायर ने कह दिया आउट और बैट से हिट कर दिया अंपायर को, दैट इज नॉट परमिटेड. दिस इज रिस्ट्रिक्शन ऑफ लिबर्टी. Liberty can be curtailed for sake of liberty, not for sake of well-being of people. But yes, progressive taxation can be taken, because in Western countries, if we are talking liberty, freedom of speech, protest, right, you can take taxes, but you cannot curtail. Let's see, अगर एलन मस्क इतनी freely बोल सकते हैं, it's the only possible news. Because even in US, what anybody can say that somebody is a thief. Contempt not allowed. Censorship not permitted. Therefore, in liberal democratic country, even there is even very less restriction over the freedom. Even they can take taxes. अगर टैक्स से आपका पैसा ले रहे हैं, लिबर्टी थोड़ी ले रहे हैं. You can speak against government. That is the idea of a procedural justice. But Nozick is justifying the principle of survival of fittest through procedural justice. But here, Rawls, once he talk about the well-being of a disadvantaged section of society, it is a procedural justice or social justice or substantive justice. Substantive justice, social justice. Whosoever will talk about the well-being of people, obviously they will qualify to become a scholar of social justice. The uniqueness of Rawls, moving from procedural to justice. This was it. How he is moving from a procedural justice to social justice. That is uniqueness. And don't you think that he is looking for a middle path of Bentham too? Bentham is only looking for the well-being of the maximum happiness of maximum number. Therefore, Rawlsian idea is very balanced. अभी आप देखोगे, Rawls was looking for compensating the people who are occupying the least advantaged sections in society. But he never said that a just society means everybody is occupying the same resources. In that way, we can never make a just society. But without liberty, without rights, we cannot make a just society. Now we can move with the next question. Now we can move with the next issue. What is the next? So in the meantime, by same principle, you can understand the relation between individual and the community. Therefore, Rawlsian justice is only beneficial for individual, or it is for the community too. Both. Now what is the next issue then? Right versus welfare. You can write the next heading. Right versus welfare. Is it possible? This kind of procession is possible in China? No. No religious procession is allowed over the road. This is just society. Everybody is free. Because over every procession, every religious person can have their own procession, can enjoy the festival publicly, you can have freedom of speech. अब सवाल है केवल खाना पीना ही खाने के लिए थोड़ी पैदा हुए हैं. Bentham only speak for the welfare. Even we are not living here only for the bread and butter. Because dignity is most important point. So there has always been liberal debate. What should come first? The first point is the right. इसमें प्रोसेशन में खाली लोग आते हैं. ऐसा नहीं है. नहीं खाली मतलब इनका कहने का मतलब है कि जो खाली लोग होते हैं वो ही आते हैं. बट अगेन दिस मैटर डिबेट भाई. सही बात है. मतलब खाली होना भी भाई. हॉलीडे होता है फिर उसमें पार्टिसिपेट करना. चॉइस इज चॉइस मैटर चॉइस. अब नहीं अब यही तो फिलोसफी में जो खाली है वही तो जीवन जी रहे हैं. बाकी सब हम लोग तो काट रहे हैं. बाहर में पार्टिसिपेशन कर रहे हैं. अब बताओ फेस्टिवल हो रहा है. अब ड्रम बज रहा है तो आपको कुछ अच्छा लग रहा है ना. कुछ मन कर रहा है हम भी वहीं होते. रॉल्स पढ़े जा रहे हैं. रॉल्स पढ़े. ऑलवेज पॉइंट ऑफ डिबेट. अब पहली बार आपको पता कोविड-19 में फर्स्ट टाइम हैव रियलाइज द फैक्ट दैट विदाउट ड्रम विदाउट बैंड विदाउट फेस्टिवल्स भाई शादी किसी की होती म्यूजिक तो बजता है हमें भी अच्छा लगता है ना. बट कैन यू इमेजिन दिस टाइप ऑफ मैरिज इन नॉर्थ कोरिया. नो. नो प्रोसेशन. नो धूम धड़ाका. दिस इज व्हाट हैपेंस इन द लिबरल कंट्री. तभी आप देखो इंडियन स्टाइल की मैरिज दैट बिकम वेरी पॉपुलर अक्रॉस द ग्लोब. अब तो अमेरिका में यूरोप में के लोग कह रहे हैं भाई वी वांट टू ऑर्गेनाइज इंडियन टाइप ऑफ मैरिज. अब देखो अब ऐसी बिकॉज दे आर लुकिंग फॉर हैप्पीनेस एंड दे आर लुकिंग फॉर डॉलर. अरे ओ माय गॉड दिस मे नॉट बी शो ऑफ. अरे आप जानते हो इसी से इंडियन इकोनॉमी कभी डिप्रेशन में नहीं होती है. entire world can be shut down but what is our biggest business marriage. ये तो आइडिया है. बस फेस्टिवल्स होते हैं मैरिज इकोनॉमी चलती रहती है. ये तो हमारे यहाँ लोग इतने कंजूस हैं पैसे नहीं खर्च करेंगे. हाँ नहीं क्योंकि इंडिया में सेविंग की टेंडेंसी बहुत है. नॉट अमेरिकन स्टाइल. हाँ शादी में खर्च करने के सेव करते हैं. हाँ पंजाब में तो लोन लेते हैं. पंजाब में तो लोन लेके फिर कनाडा जाते हैं शादी के बाद. फ्रीडम तभी तो. यस. देखो सब इधर उधर कर रहा था इसको काम की बात याद है. भाई ना यू कैन आस्क. This needs a duty, freedom of choice. Because remember, liberals don't use the moral duty, legal duty. Remember, liberals speak for liberty, rights, not duty first, neither moral second. Which याद रखना है. Oh my. Because this is what dear friend. What happens in democracy? We have made a contract with this government, but I can revoke contract after 5 years. Even election is also contract. Making of the Constituent Assembly was also contract. Contract isn't permanent because I am owner in a democratic country. Who are the sovereign? We the people. And we the people can make a system, make a justice. And we the people can make government. We the people can transfer, change the government. Therefore, it's not duty, it's not a moral. Remember while using term. Not through morality, through taxation, through legal system. By progressive taxation institution, तो उसे हम करेंगे ना. Therefore, Rawls talk about the system of stabilization, specialization. Because well robust political system is there for progressive taxation under a welfare state. Because remember, Rawls believe in market economy rather than economic control by state. Market economy. See, that's very interesting. At that point, I have told you earlier too. See, why Rawls is criticizing Bentham? Because Bentham is changing the entire idea. For Bentham, pleasure is more important than dignity and right. Therefore, if we are going by the idea of Bentham, therefore dignity, liberty will come to the back stage. That was actually done by the fascists. That was actually done by China. If welfare is more important, therefore fascist Marxists are claiming that we are having more welfare facilities. Same principle lies in the China versus India. Because we are having more welfare in China. But what we are having in India, liberty and rights. And let's see, cannot forget the fact that I have told you earlier, and again I'm repeating. True liberty they can prove through the welfare, not opposite. And again I'm here hinting a case of Supreme Court. Once government of India came with a compulsory provision of Aadhaar card, then it was very landmark case of Puttaswamy. In Puttaswamy case, Supreme Court revived the idea for all. आप देखो जितने जजेस आप देख लो जब भी जज के डिसीजन आते हैं लिबर्टी पर यू ओ माय गॉड ही रिपीटिंग जीएस मिल इन बर्लिन if you read out any judgment regarding federal dispute theoretical ideas are very important federalism therefore Supreme Court says that the Supreme Court asked to government that why you are having the compulsory introduction of Aadhaar card. Government of India says that in order to having welfare or no. Supreme Court says that there is no need of a suppression of privacy in order to obtaining principal welfare. My dear friend, what happens? History tells that on the name of welfare, liberty is suppressed. On the name of welfare, democracy is destabilized. Therefore, right is always primary than welfare. And what kind of just society? It means right, liberty, welfare, everything will be present. But priority is very important. This is a lexical priority. Priority can't get disturbed. And this priority known as a procedural justice. Again, the same point you can write. Priority is known as a last point you can write. Democratic institution versus welfare of majority. So last issue you can write because dignity of individual or liberty and right is almost same. And why? Why Rawls is focusing over dignity or rights is very clear. Because he is a liberal and liberal cannot compromise with liberty. To liberty you can reach over the welfare but not a vice versa. Therefore the position of Rawls is very much clear. And the same point which we are repeating time and again. After 1945, whichever liberal scholars there, so what they are propagating, they are first criticizing Marxism, then they are refuting the fascism, and thereafter they are defending the liberty. Because welfare state became the key, totalitarian state became the fundamental factor behind the suppression of liberty and right. Issue तो एक ही है. Everyone, Lefty, Hayek, Berlin, Rawls, everyone is criticizing the same. And now every contemporary liberal, they are following the footsteps of Kant rather than Bentham. Reason very obvious. I can write. Heading: Democratic institutions versus heading: Democratic institutions versus welfare of majority. See, Rawlsian principle is also known as a principle of difference. Rawlsian justice is also known as a principle of difference. अब देखो फिर we can give one example. Rawlsian justice is no principle of difference. So what is the principle of difference? See, this is a question of mains. Comment about principle of difference. See, if you want to discuss about the Rawlsian justice and what is the difference, difference simply means there will be equality or there will be presence of inequality in society. So what is the difference? You cannot make an arithmetical equality. Therefore, in a just society, if you want to make a just society, inequality may be there. But what we always speak for the two kind of equality. One equality that is the benefiting the poor. Other equality that is adverse for the poor. So which kind of equality is supported by Rawls? Inequality which is benefiting the poor. So therefore, he was very much aware that Marxist premise is not going to be realized in practice. That is the first point. Second, by difference, more primary goods should be available to least advantaged section of society. More primary goods is needed for the least advantaged section of society. So primary goods should be distributed equally for everyone, or it is for the least advantaged section of society. Again difference. It means same set of goods or primary goods should not be distributed for the everyone, but in advantage of the people who are living below poverty line. Disadvantaged section of society. Therefore, he want to distribute maximum primary goods for the minimum people. Maximum, minimum. Therefore, Rawlsian justice is also known as a maximum principle. The short form of maximum minimum is maximum. Rawlsian principle is also maximum principle. Maximum means distributing maximum goods for the people who are underprivileged, the people who are poor. Therefore, again there is a difference. Difference is always there. And why there is difference? In fact, because somehow if every individual is having liberty, therefore everybody is having same set of liberty. But liberal society should be based on competition. So Rawls believe in market economy. Therefore, he want to distribute basic good for everyone. But there will be inequality in society. Difference is always there. That is the point. Distribution of maximum good shall be in favor of a least advantaged section of society. In that context, first principle is a liberty, then difference principle, and thereafter equality of opportunity. In other words, how we can extend difference principle? Minimum goods should be available to everyone. And what is the criteria of difference principle? Again, we can give example of cake. अच्छा वेस्टर्न नेशन तो केक खूब खाते थे. नाउ इट बिकेम वेरी पॉपुलर इन इंडिया. पहले हमारे कोक छोड़ था. बट दैट इज एन एग्जांपल ऑफ अ राइज ऑफ अ वेस्टर्न. देयर इज नथिंग रॉन्ग. देखो, any way to make a people happy is always good. Therefore also again give an example of cake. तो मान लो केक है, केक को हमें काटना है. आई वांट टू डिस्ट्रीब्यूट केक. मान लो किसी बर्थडे पार्टी में आप गए और केक, द शेयर ऑफ केक इज स्मॉल, द क्यू इज लॉन्गर. The queue is longer and the size of his cake is very small. So what you are expecting for cake? What is your expectation? No, this is not a human nature. Rawls says that what is human nature? We are looking for maximization of our interest, number one. Although the fact is that we are not having jealousy toward other. We don't have envy toward other. That is clear. Rawls never said that human being is having some kind of jealous toward others. No. But we want to maximize our own share. ये बात तो है ही नहीं दूसरा केक खा ले मैं खुश हो जाऊंगा. नेवर सेड बाय रॉल्स. जो मेरे आगे क्यूज में है अगर वो केक खा लेता है तो मैं आई विल बिकम हैप्पी. नॉट सेड बाय रॉल्स. So in a case where the queue is longer, you're also sending queues. The size of cake is small. What is your expectation कि क्या होगा, मिलेगा नहीं मिलेगा, कितना बड़ा पीस मिलेगा, क्या मतलब एक्सपेक्टेशन आपके होंगे? देखो सिंपल बात है. रॉल्स ने कहा एक टुकड़ा तो मिल जाए. You are forgetting the basic human nature of what is described by Rawls. least dangerous path. Individual always opt a least dangerous path, and it means in a worst condition. देखो worst condition क्या है? केक मिले ही नहीं. और बेस्ट कंडीशन क्या है? सारा केक मिल जाए. राउस के कॉन्ट्रैक्ट में इंडिविजुअल इज पुटिंग हिमसेल्फ और हरसेल्फ इनटू वर्स्ट कंडीशन, बेस्ट कंडीशन. वर्स्ट कंडीशन. तो मान लो बहुत वर्स्ट कंडीशन आ जाए, तुम टेस्ट करने को मिल जाए यार, पाइनएप्पल था, चॉकलेट था, ये क्या था? वनीला था. Therefore, that is Rawlsian distribution. Rawls says that at least the individual is getting to at least looking for a small amount. कुछ तो मिले. Having a pigeon in our hand is better than searching a peacock behind the bushes. Are you getting the point? अब पता चला कि पिजन हाथ में है और पीकॉक के चक्कर में तो छोड़ दिया. Therefore, principle of difference. Inequality will be there. Prices are different. Market economy is going to create a competition. But in that way, what kind of equality we are looking for society? Minimum equality or maximum equality? Maximum. Maximum primary good for the people who are occupying least advantage condition of in a society. देखो अब यहाँ पे बड़ा इंटरेस्टिंग पार्ट है. देखो बड़ा इंटरेस्टिंग पार्ट है. Inequality inspire the people who are poor, or inequality exploit the people who are poor? Again I'm repeating. Inequality exploit the people who are poor, or inequality inspire the people who are poor? एक बात याद रखो, maybe you may be richest person in your village, but once you are coming in Delhi, because you are owning a tractor, a Suzuki car, because nobody else is owning a tractor in village, so you are become richest. So therefore, why you should compete? आप जानते हो गांव में रहने वाला आदमी क्यों फुक्कड़ हो जाता है? नो कंपटीशन. कंपटीशन है ही नहीं है. बस इज इट पॉसिबल इन सिटीज? इट मीन इनइक्वालिटी इज इंस्पायरिंग यू टू वर्क हार्ड, टू गेट मोर एंड मोर. दैट इज a liberal viewpoint. And what is Marxist viewpoint? Inequality means exploitation. These are two different viewpoints. Marxists always say that inequality means simply exploitation. For liberal, इक्वालिटी मीन्स अरे समथिंग इंस्पायरिंग. अरे भाई कोई तो अमेजॉन जैसा आदमी होगा तो ही तो इंस्पायर करेगा, हमें भी आगे बढ़ना है. सब गरीब हैं. हु इज द इंस्पिरेशन इन अफगानिस्तान? बड़ी इंस्पायरिंग. अरे हमारे अक्षय कुमार है, सलमान खान, शाहरुख खान, स्टार्स आर देयर. दैट यंगस्टर्स आर कॉम्पीटिंग. यंगस्टर अमिताभ बच्चन तो होने चाहिए ना कॉम्पीट करने के लिए, कोई है ही नहीं है. दिस इज टू डिफरेंट व्यू पॉइंट टू लुक द सेम वर्ल्ड, एंड दैट इज मीनिंग ऑफ आइडियोलॉजी. अब बताओ कौन सही है कौन गलत है, कैसे बताएं? सही कौन गलत है? व्यू पॉइंट. तो नेक्स्ट पॉइंट, ये बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट बात है. देखो वाई रॉल्स इज वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट. रॉल्स हैड अल्टीमेट फेथ इन ए डेमोक्रेटिक इंस्टीट्यूशन. इज वेरी सिग्निफिकेंट. अब आप देखोगे when we can distribute welfare goods in any country, but this is a trademark quality of a liberal. See, once we discussed about the nature of political authority, because we know that modern civilization is always looking for making a political authority, because we need a political authority. And what is the name of political authority? State. State is a modern idea. But you look earlier, state was authoritarian. Later, some state adopted totalitarian state. Democratic people, the people who believe in liberal ideas, they are too much focusing over institutions, institutions of a distribution, institutions of a democratization, institutions for the well-being of the people. Therefore, liberal don't rely over individual. They want to make a system. अभी आप देखोगे, Rawlsian justice is only possible in a liberal democratic state where dignity of individual is respected. Liberal democratic state. Let's see his presumption where liberty, because basic Primary goods include natural goods as well as social goods. These basic primary goods are available for everyone because everyone is having dignity. Therefore, which government recognizes the dignity of individual? Liberal democratic. Which government is based on the transparency, institutions? और अब देखोगे ये रूल ऑफ लॉ लगा देना ये that is the biggest victory of human civilization. Otherwise, rule of men तो we are history is full with idea of rule of men. अभी भी आप देखो रूल ऑफ मैन ही दुनिया में चल रहा है. जब इंस्टीट्यूशन होगा तो डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन के उसके सिस्टम रहेंगे, चेक एंड बैलेंस रहेगा, इलेक्शंस रहेंगे. तो लिबरल्स आर वेरी ऑर्थोडॉक्सली बिलीव इन आइडिया ऑफ इंस्टीट्यूशन. उससे वो कॉम्प्रोमाइज नहीं करता. दैट कॉन्टेक्स्ट we can't imagine any justice without best institution. Justice is not a quality of human being, said by Plato. Justice is not a quality of human being. Justice not lies in nature. Justice lies in institutions. Are you recognizing difference between Plato and Aristotle? Plato, Aristotle and Rawls? भाई प्लेटो क्या कहता है? प्लेटो तो वही बार कहता है ना कि जस्टिस लाइज इन इंडिविजुअल. Rawls institution. Plato want to make class-based society. Rawls believe in democracy. Plato believe in virtue ethics. Rawls believe in transcendental ethics. That is the deontological ethics. Plato always says that reason lies in few people. Also no, everybody having the dignity. ऐसे ही तो आइडिया आता है. नहीं करना नेक्स्ट वर्ड करें. अब आप देखोगे एंड हाउ Rawlsian justice is different from various scholars. तो अभी आप देखो we can have a comparison. कैसे comparison हम कर सकते हैं? Let's see how we can compare Rawls with Plato, Rawls with Aristotle. Plato says that justice is the quality of a human soul. So it's natural. If justice is the quality of human soul, obviously justice is natural. So there is no need to make a social contract. Justice is natural. Although Plato never says it's divine, but it's natural. And therefore, even a just society needs a philosopher king. No democracy at all. A just society requires philosopher king. Plato said that. Let's see Aristotle. So there is one commonality between Plato and Rawls. Both are saying that justice is a first virtue of a society. Why justice is the first virtue of society? The question comes that comment over justice is the first virtue of society. What you will write? You have to write this name. What is justice? Liberty, equality, and difference. That is justice. Justice is first virtue of society. Efficiency is the first virtue of justice. If you are assuming efficiency is the first virtue, so it means Spencer can make a just society. Survival of fittest is just society. If we are saying liberty is the first virtue, let's see. Nozick can make a just society. Is it clear? नहीं बात क्लियर हो रही है. सिंपल सी मेरे बच्चों. If liberty becomes the principle of a just society, liberty becomes the first virtue. So liberty may not accommodate equality. Liberty is only for the capable people, efficient people. If you are saying liberty comes first, then you will become logic. If you are saying efficiency is first, then you will become Spencer. Pessimax, fascist. If you are saying that equality is first, you will become Marxist. Therefore, what Rawls say that justice is the first virtue of a society. Therefore, that's very interesting. Justice is a central virtue of society. It means, but in a justice, everything comes into point. There's liberty, equality, well-being of marginalized section of society, it becomes automatically substantive. But the way how Rawls is present, that's very unique. Now get the point? If I am saying liberty is the first virtue of society, therefore we are not aware about equality. If I am saying equality is the first virtue of society, I am neglecting liberty. Is it clear? तो ये बात कहने का होता है ना, ऐसे एग्जामिनर सवाल पूछता है, आपको लगता है सीधे पूछेगा? प्यारे बच्चों, that is the point. Between the lines, if I am saying that the virtue, एक ही बात तो पूछता है. अब PYQ देखो, it is understandable. PYQ देखा कि नहीं जस्टिस का? हर साल आता है, लेकिन समझ में आ रही नहीं बात. मैं कह रहा हूँ देखा कर, हर साल आता है. ये बच्चे तो होना भी चाहिए, सब सॉल्व भी होना चाहिए कि हर साल आता है, इसी जरूरी है. सॉल्व भी हो रहा होगा. जस्ट ई वर्ड क्या हर साल आता है, बताओ. एक बार क्वेश्चन से सिलेक्ट हो तो यार यही तो बात ही बार बार पूछ रहा है, ये बात तो बार बार पूछी थे कि नहीं? अभी आपने क्वेश्चन कलेक्ट करके देखा है? कलेक्ट करना चाहिए. प्रोफेशनल, बी प्रोफेशनल. भाई एक बार पढ़ो, दो बार पढ़ो, तीन बार पढ़ो. इट मीन्स व्हेन आई एम सेइंग जस्टिस द फर्स्ट वर्च्यू, दैट मीन्स अ लॉट. Rawls is neither a Spencer, Rawls is neither a Marxist, Rawls is neither a socialist, Rawls is not at all Nozick. एक ही बात कहने के लिए मैंने एक शब्द कह दिया, justice is first virtue. Now, let's see Aristotle. What Aristotle believe in distributive justice. Aristotle believe in idea of a distributive justice. But you look, Rawlsian justice is distributive or not? Rawlsian justice distributive है या नहीं है? Obviously, justice means distribution. Primary goods distributed by state. Justice means, because essential quality of justice means distribution. But if you remember, अच्छा जिन थिंकर नहीं पढ़ा हम आगे देख लेंगे. तो अरिस्टोटल, मान लो जैसे थिंकर नहीं पढ़ा होगा तो कैसे रिमेंबर करें, ये तो पढ़ाई नहीं. तो अरिस्टोटल वांट टू डिस्ट्रीब्यूट द बेसिक सोशल गुड्स in favor of least advantage or capable. Aristotle want to distribute the basic goods for the capable, or the people who are capable to contribute in a community. Capable to contribute in the community. Therefore, masters are getting more or slaves are getting more? Masters. In distribution, husband is getting advantage or wife? Husband. Therefore, distribution is obviously inequal. Because Aristotle says that inequality is not only natural, but it is a desirable. Aristotle says that inequality must be there. Equality should be there. That is the idea of Aristotle. Then, Plato, Aristotle, then we can have idea of Bentham. And what Bentham says that Bentham also distribute, but what? Dignity or a pleasure? Pleasure. और pleasure कैसे मिलेगा? Material goods से. Bentham want to distribute the material goods. तो देखो भाई, प्लेजर तो बाहर से आता है ना, अंदर से तो आता नहीं. प्लेजर आइसक्रीम से आएगा. तो बेंथम होता क्या कहता है, आइसक्रीम हम सबको देंगे, मेजोरिटी को दो या एक के दें, तो सबको दें. व्हाट इज द जस्टिस ऑफ बेंथम? मैक्स हैप्पीनेस टू मैक्सिमम, और ग्रेटेस्ट हैप्पीनेस टू ग्रेटेस्ट maximum happiness to maximum number, that is said by Bentham. In that context, now logic ने आपको बता ही दिया. लॉजिक जस्टिस क्या करता है? लॉजिक कहता है डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन होना चाहिए, बट पर होम? कैपिटल, who are powerful, who are competent, entitlement. Therefore, idea of logic distribution is more like Aristotle, although Aristotle believe in a kind of discrimination in society. Logic is a capitalist. Therefore, logic never believed that women should get less, slaves should get less. But logic is justifying the rich of the wealth of property class. Wealth of property class. That context, you can understand the importance of Rawls. And let's see the communism. Communism, Marx, what is said by Marx? In Marxist communism, institutions are not important. What is important? Ownership over property. Marxist system institutions are not important. What is important is ownership over property. And that is the reason this kind of a just principle couldn't be applied in society. The comparison है देखो. We can compare them with logic too. Logic believe in the entitlement theory that probably I told you earlier. वैसे अब देखो now you can write. So by that we can finish the Rawlsian idea of justice. Now you can see. Now we can come in the criticism. Communitarian. Then it is the specific criticism is of communitarian. But everybody is criticizing Rawls. So before criticizing Rawls, now you see, probably we have covered every issue. Justice. देखो, see, the question is that justice, fairness means for what? The distribution of resources. Everything is connected with other. If I'm distributing resources, fairness. If fairness means, also we say that Bharat Ratna will also be distributed, but fairly. And grains will also be distributed. Therefore, Rawlsian justice is very much inclusive. So justice is distribution, but without institution, how it is a distribution is possible? It is not a quality of individual. And justice is fairness. There will be distributed in favor of the rich, not in poor. There will balance, transparency. Therefore, he believes in democratic state, then in progressive taxation. Because through progressive taxation, state will get the resources. Thereafter, state will distribute the resources for. So now we are entering into criticism. Again, we are going to repeat the communitarianism. अब आपको idea लग गया होगा. If you know the communitarians, how communitarians can criticize Rawls? Although, and how Marx and now you can guess, देखो यहीं पे थोड़ा सा application की जरूरत पड़ती है. Because why Nozick may not be agree with Marx? Why Nozick may not be agree with Rawls? So we have to read out a specific criticism of the communitarian. देखो इसे हम criticism में compare कर लें. Who is criticizing Rawls? Obviously, Nozick. Nozick wrote a book in 1974. Rawls wrote a book in 1971. Nozick is a neoliberal. So why Nozick is criticizing Rawls? Because for Nozick, it is a justice is the first quality or liberty, efficiency. For Nozick, liberty, efficiency. That is the first virtue of society. For Nozick, believe in idea of a capitalist state, capitalist economy with neutral state. Neutral state means if somebody is rich, they can't do anything. If somebody is poor, so they are compelled to become poor because they are entitled to. If somebody is rich, entitled to become rich. Somebody is poor, deserve to become poor because entire society is based on the freedom of exchange. But if somebody become capitalist, he was free to become capitalist. देखो Nozick यही तो कहेगा. If somebody is winning gold medal, then it's okay. But the flip side of idea of Nozick is Logic is the promoting survival of fittest. And you know that justice must be social or justice must serve interest of few. Because once we are saying justice, justice is quality of society, and therefore justice is by and large is social justice. But logic justice may not be social justice. ये पहला criticism इसने कर दिया. And that is the point. Rawls believe in capitalist economy, but Rawls believe in welfare state with progressive taxation. And he is looking for ways institution for minimizing the concentration of property. Thereafter, he believes in transfer of capital. He made a multiple method. But because Rawls is very different, and here, why Marxists criticize just opposite logic is just opposite logic. Marxists are simple saying that with capitalism, no justice. Marxist argument is very simple. With Rawls, sympathizer of capitalist. Rawls कौन है? देखो मार्क्सिस्ट एक ही बात अपनी सारी बात कह देते हैं. अब थ्योरी पढ़ के आपको लगता है कि यार ये तो घूम फिर के वही बात है, वही लिबरलिज्म, वही मार्क्सिज्म. आपको ऐसा आपको ही लग रहा है या मुझे क्यों लगता है? It means what Marxists are saying that see, destruction of capitalist, destruction of capitalistic. Without destruction of capitalism, destruction of class-based society, destruction of the private property, destruction of private property. This is Marxist viewpoint. So obviously, nothing exists in Rawls. Even therefore, Marxists are saying that Rawls is the propagator of a capitalist economy, and he is the biggest person who is defending capitalist economy. So he speaks for justice, or he is a propounder of exploitation. तो केवल खुद बना रहा है Rawls. मेन तो बात ही नहीं कर रहा है. डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन कह रहे हो. Then destruction of capitalism, then destruction of class-based society, destruction of a private property. It means by and large Marxists believe in idea of economic justice. Without economic justice, what kind of institution you are looking for? Institution, I don't believe in institution. अब आप कह रहे हो मनरेगा चल रही है, वो जुलाई स्कीम चल रही है. अरे भाई मुझे ये बताओ, पूरी लैंड किसके पास है? लैंड किसके पास है? कैपिटल किसके पास है? हाउस किसके पास है? ये बता नहीं रहे हो, और फिर 3000 रुपीज देके खुद बना रहे हो. डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन की जरूरत नहीं है. दैट इज द क्लासिकल पॉइंट ऑफ व्यू ऑफ मार्क्सिस्ट. एंड अगेन एंड दिस इज द व्यू पॉइंट ऑफ मार्क्सिस्ट. अभी तो आप देखोगे माओइस्ट आर फाइटिंग, अदरवाइज व्हाई माओइस्ट आर फाइटिंग एज स्टेट? Marxists are saying that government is exploitative, government is capitalist. That is the viewpoint of Maoist. Who is Maoist? Grandchildren of Marx. Grandchildren of Marx. And they are saying that we have to destroy capitalism. That is the point. Maoists never believe in constitution. अभी केरला में कम्युनिस्ट गवर्नमेंट है. एक मिनिस्टर ने ऐसे कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन के अगेंस्ट कमेंट कर दिया था, तो मजबूरी में कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन को मानते नहीं. तो कहते हैं ओ माय गॉड कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन, व्हाट इज कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन? कमाल की बात है. दैट इज द बेस्ट विजन लेड डाउन बाय आवर फाउंडिंग फादर्स. ना माओइस्ट कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन को मानते हैं, ना लेफ्टिस्ट मानते हैं, राइटिस्ट मानते हैं. दिस इज द विजडम ऑफ इंडियन कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन. तो भाई यही तो बात है मामला. अच्छा, अब आप देखो कम्युनिटेरियन क्यों रॉल्स के खिलाफ है? भाई कम्युनिटेरियंस आर अगेंस्ट रॉल्स. तो बात बड़ी सिंपल सी है भाई. तो देखो यार, अब धीरे धीरे चीज़ें बहुत क्लियर होती है. एक बार रिपीट करो, दो बार रिपीट करो, तो लोग यार थ्योरी से तो सिंपल कोई सब्जेक्ट ही नहीं है. और सच मानना, दोनों पेपर का फर्स्ट पार्ट मोस्ट ईजिएस्ट है, कॉन्सेप्चुअल है. सेकेंड पार्ट मोस्ट ईजिएस्ट है लेकिन लिखने में डिफिकल्ट है, आईजीपी. देखने में बड़ा सिंपल लगता है, जो देखने में सिंपल लगे वो लिखने में डिफिकल्ट है, जो देखने में टफ लगे, तो वहाँ तो क्लियरिटी चाहिए ना, क्रिस्टल एक बार बस क्लियर हो गया जस्टिस, तो वो पूरे जीवन भर नहीं भूलेगा, बदलेगा थोड़े। जो एप्लीकेशन वाला भाग होता है वो बहुत डिफिकल्ट होता है लिखने में, के बाद लिखने में लिखोगे तो क्लियरिटी बिल्कुल आइडिया एकदम क्लियर क्रिस्टल क्लियर चाहिए। अब द कम्युनिटेरियंस, I have told you communitarians separately, Michael Sandel, Waljar, McIntyre. Here the communitarians. The communitarian simply says that, you know, for Rawls, what is most important, dignity of individual is the idea of justice. For Rawls, who comes first in justice, individual or community? Let's see. Have you seen community in the idea of Rawls? कहीं कम्युनिटी आपको दिखा रॉल्स में? और रॉल्स में क्या कहीं नहीं दिखता आपको? फैमिली, अच्छा रॉल्स ने फैमिली की बात की, यूनिवर्सिटी की बात, चर्च की बात, वो क्लब की बात, स्टेट इंडिविजुअल स्टेट की बात है, एंड दैट इज अ ड्रॉबैक ऑफ ऑलमोस्ट ऑल लिबरल स्कॉलर्स। लिबरल नेबर स्पीक फॉर कम्युनिटी, सोसाइटी, हिस्ट्री। हम कैसे हैं लिबरल्स आर नॉट एट ऑल एक्सप्लेनिंग हिस्ट्री, सोसाइटी, history, society, and this is the context of individual. They are explaining individual like an atom. Why communitarians are criticizing Rawls? It is ahistorical. Rawlsian justice is ahistorical, abstract, ignoring the context, neglecting the context. Rawlsian justice is ahistorical, abstract, neglecting the context. इसका सीधा मतलब है, what is the context? Why abstract? Because individual is always part of community. We are in the family. भाई बच्चे तो हर हफ्ते ही घर, जिनका घर पास होता है बड़ी समस्या है उनके पास, हर हफ्ते मम्मी बुला रही, आ जा बच्चा, दूध बहुत हो रहा है, तुम्हारी बहुत याद आ गई, तो बच्चा अपना झोला लिया और घर चला गया, सैटरडे चला गया, मंडे ट्यूजडे दूध ही पी रहा है, क्लास में आई नहीं। जो बच्चा दूर से आ रहा है उसके लिए प्रॉब्लम है, जा ही नहीं सकता, टिकट ही नहीं मिलेगा, ये भी समस्या। तो जब जाने का सोचोगे जा ही नहीं सकते। कॉन्टेक्स्ट, वी आर फॉरगेटिंग द कॉन्टेक्स्ट, वी आर पार्ट ऑफ फैमिली, कम्युनिटी, एंड एंड रॉल्स एक्सप्लेनिंग ह्यूमन बीइंग लाइक अ एटम। ये बताओ व्हाट इज ओरिजिनल पोजीशन? अरे ओरिजिनल पोजीशन में कि कल्चर की बात करो भाई, रिलीजन की बात करो, हिस्ट्री की बात करो, बात ही नहीं करता इंडिविजुअल के। एंड देयर आर सोशल कॉन्ट्रैक्ट। एक सोशल कॉन्ट्रैक्ट में ताऊ था कि नहीं ताऊ था पता ही नहीं चला। बिना ताऊ के सोशल कॉन्ट्रैक्ट कैसे हो जाएगा? सारे यंगस्टर थे क्या सोशल कॉन्ट्रैक्ट में? दैट इज चैलेंज, यही तो चैलेंज आता है। तो आपका कॉन्ट्रैक्ट हो गया, कुछ पता ही नहीं चला कॉन्ट्रैक्ट कैसे हो गया। तो ये बात बड़ी इंटरेस्टिंग है। इट इज दे आर नेग्लेक्टिंग द कॉन्टेक्स्ट, इट इज एब्स्ट्रैक्ट, इट इज एहिस्टोरिकल। ऐसे कोई जस्टिस थोड़ी बनती है। और सेकंड पार्ट, is it why Rawls is ahistorical? It is not a Rawls. Every liberal is ahistorical. Or liberal, how liberals are projecting human being, just like everybody is maximizing their own interest. ये कमाल की बात है। अरे इंडिविजुअल को कम्युनिटी में करके देखो, but they are not doing that. Second, that is point. In original position, there was no description of community. It was abstract individualism. Abstract means lack of concrete. Abstract means merely hypothetical, not real. इसमें क्या हुआ? इसका मतलब है and justice is not artificial. Justice is not artificial, but lies in good society. And next, Justice is not artificial but lies in good society? Or how lies in good society? Like family is always just for the communitarian. Justice always lies in family. And second, if you remember Waljar, what Waljar says that Rawls want to distribute same basic good for every community. If justice means distribution of goods, how same distribution of goods is accepted in every community? What they are saying that distribution of goods, distribution of goods can't be universal. Distribution of goods can't be universal. का सीधा मतलब होता है the goods which is required in India, same goods are required in US. Or Rawlsian Justice is same. Rawlsian Justice ignoring the social context. And how we can remember the social context? Recently there was an earthquake in Afghanistan. But let's see, so many people were died. They could not be rescued because there was a lack of the women officer in the rescue team. और हुआ क्या? Because there was in a society there was a belief that a male cannot touch the hand of a female. अब वहां पता चला कि women they were crying for help, लेकिन मेल खड़ा था, उसने हेल्प किया ही नहीं. उसने कहा हाथ कैसे पकड़े भाई, तो बताओ. So we are ignoring the social context. The social context of Afghanistan may be different, India may be different. Let's see, in US, all elders they are living in the hospital and nursery. Therefore, health facility is very primary in US. But providing health facility is a primary responsibility of US government. But here in family, it is a responsibility of family to taking care of सब. दादाजी हमारे यहाँ 90 ईयर्स के हैं तब भी घर पे रहेंगे और डंडा लेके बैठे रहते हैं. मजाले पहले अगर दादा को टी नहीं मिली तो वो लट चल जाएगा. दिस इज रिस्पेक्ट, दिस इज डिफरेंट कल्चर ऑफ इंडिया. हाउ यू वांट टू डिस्ट्रीब्यूट द सेम बेसिक गुड्स? जरा सोच के देखो, ईरान में जीन्स दे दे वो काम नहीं करेगा, और यूएस में साड़ी दे दे तो वो काम नहीं करेगा. इन केस इफ यूएस इज फेसिंग क्राइसिस, कोई डिजास्टर आ गया, वहाँ की लेडीज के लिए पहनने के साड़ी भेज दो आप, तो समझ नहीं पाएंगे साड़ी है बेडशीट है. इवन द गुड्स आर ऑब्जेक्टिव और दे आर डिफाइंड इन कॉन्टेक्स्ट. अब मान लो कि जैसलमेर के डेजर्ट में रहने वाले लोगों को ले जाके आप क्या दे दोगे? ब्लैंकेट. क्या करेंगे वो डेजर्ट में रहने वाले? ये बहुत जरूरी. नवीन इज वेरी इंटेलिजेंट. सही बात है. इसका सीधा मतलब है कि देयर मस्ट बी टू काइंड ऑफ स्कीम, फॉर डे नो ब्लैंकेट एंड फॉर नाइट ब्लैंकेट. बहुत सीधी सी है. देखो एज ए communitarians are every point of time in social contract no community, distribution of goods no community, contract is hypothetical no community. In Rawlsian scheme there is no idea of a community. That was idea why communitarians criticize Rawls. But Rawls never responded the Nozick. Rawls never responded Marx. Because what happened? He was writing a next book, Political Liberalism in 1994. And why there is no need for responding Marxist? Marxism was declined. In 1991, second book he wrote. तो अब देखो ये आपको अगेन यू वांट टू हैव अ डिक्टेशन ऑफ कम्युनिटेरियनिज्म. अच्छा मैं अभी आ रहा हूँ. जस्ट लेट्स सी हुआ क्या. Rawls was not responding Nozick because Nozick and Marx they are standing over two opposite extremes. Is that clear? Nozick and Marxists are standing up over two opposite extremes. Is it clear or not? वो सीधी सी बात है। मार्क्स में केवल गरीबों की बात है, नॉजिक में केवल रिच की बात है। नॉजिक में केवल प्रोसीजर की बात है, केवल सब्सटेंस की बात है। इन in Marxian justice, there is no place for the rich people, property class, capable, efficient. In logic, there is no place for poor. And what Rawls says that sabka saath, so they are having two opposite poles. So therefore, Marx is not responding to them. And after disintegration of Soviet Union 1991, attraction of Marxism faded away. So there was no reason to respond for these people. But as far as Marx is concerned, logically there was need for response for the communitarians. Because Rawls was also American, communitarians were also American. Therefore, communitarians, because this was the need of the Western society. This is a problem emerging in Western society. In Western society, neither logic nor Marxist became very powerful. The communitarians became very powerful. Communitarians say that, oh my God, you only speak for individual market economy. Communitarians are saying that even a state is a state in justice. Justice is not something that is on the big form. It always lies in good society like family. Why you want to make a justice? Your method is objectionable. Social contract is hypothetical. Therefore, Rawls is only responding to communitarians. And therefore, he is writing second book, Political Liberalism in 1994. Here is very important. तो जब कोई राइटर बुक लिखता है तो आप देखोगे Rawls wrote a second book that is the Political Liberalism. Almost 23 years after Theory of Justice. After 23 years of Theory of Justice, and political liberalism was a response to communitarians. Political liberalism was a response to communitarians. जब पूछा जाता है कि how you have to criticize communitarian critique of Rawlsian justice, तीनों बात उसने पूछी आएगी. रॉल्स को भी लिखना है, क्रिटिक भी लिखना है, उसका डिफेंस भी लिखना है. तो क्वेश्चन कभी देखना कैसे पूछा गया. हैव अ क्रिटिक ऑफ कम्युनिटेरियन, क्रिटिक ऑफ Rawlsian justice. एक कम्युनिटेरियन क्रिटिक आएगा तो रॉल्स का ही तो क्रिटिक करते हैं, वो लॉजिकल है. राहुल भैया किसका क्रिटिक करेंगे. देखो अब नाउ यू हैव टू अप्लाई लॉजिक. कौन क्या कह सकता है. नाउ अब आपको ये पता हो जाना चाहिए. देखो मेंस में कैसे आंसर लिखा जाता है. नहीं बस पता चल गया कि ये लिबर्टी क्वालिटी आ गई, लिबरलिज्म, मार्क्सिज्म, फेमिनिज्म. जहाँ ब्लैंक हो जाए वहाँ हमारे पास आइडिया डिजास्टर मैनेजमेंट है मेरे पास. अंडरस्टैंडिंग तो होनी चाहिए. नाउ जन नोट डाउन टू नो. प्राइमरी गुड सेफ कैसे नहीं रहेगी. आपने देखा है. मान लो कि हम कभी नहीं, मान लो कि इन ए वेलफेयर स्टेट, स्टेट वांट टू प्रोवाइड सेविंग किट्स एंड क्रीम. तो सेविंग किट्स और क्रीम की जरूरत पंजाब में रहेगी क्या. रहेगी नहीं रहेगी. क्यों नहीं रहेगी. क्योंकि रिलीजन का पार्ट है ना. therefore there is a difference of community. नो प्राइमरी गुड्स का मतलब यही थोड़े होता है. डेड हेल्थ में भी देयर. ऐसा नहीं कि रोटी कपड़ा मकान है, बाकी भी चीज़ें उसमें आ सकती हैं. एंड हाउ वी कैन डिनाई लिबर्टी राइट. कई जगह आप लिबर्टी राइट देते हो तो लिबर्टी राइट में रिलीजियस कंसाइंस का भी. इट मीन्स एवरीबडी इज फ्री टू हैव देयर चेंजिंग द रिलीजन. दिस मे नॉट बी अवेलेबल इन द इस्लामिक नेशंस. अच्छा क्रिटिसिज्म से पहले जरा अमर्त्य सेन को भी कंपेयर कर लें. वी कैन कंपेयर अमर्त्य सेन. अगर हम रॉल्स को अमर्त्य सेन से भी कंपेयर कर लें देन वी आर कमिंग टू द कम्युनिटेरियन क्रिटिक. अब आप देखोगे अमर्त्य सेन क्या कह रहे हैं. Amartya Sen very famously used the term. Here Amartya Sen using Indian term since he is Indian. Niti versus Nyay. in idea of justice. So what is niti? Policies and procedures. And what is nyaya? Distribution of goods. Nyaya means justice. Niti means procedures. So what is a nyaya? That is a distribution of goods. Niti versus nyaya. And as you know that Amartya, Amartya gave a very good example of conversation in Gita between the Lord Krishna and Arjun. Then write these conversation examination. ये देखो अब लॉर्ड कृष्णा और अर्जुन के बीच का जो कन्वर्सेशन है जरा सोच के देख लो वाई वाई अर्जुन शुड फाइट अ वॉर अकॉर्डिंग टू रॉल्स रॉल्स क्या कहेगा अर्जुन को वॉर फाइट करना चाहिए नहीं करना चाहिए क्या क्यों करना चाहिए तो रॉल्स इज बिलीविंग इन एथिक्स ऑफ कांट and Kant believe in deontological justice and deontological justice means result is not important. It is a duty for duty sake. So you are a soldier. In being a soldier, you have to fight the war. That is the viewpoint of a house. But Amar Sen says that no. The logical question is that why Arjun should fight a war? Because there may be good consequences, because in a war there may be disaster. So the question is why first we should ask that whether there is no possibility to stop the war. What will ultimately, what we are going to get the war? Therefore, here Rawls says that what is more important? Procedure is not important. For Rawls, what is important? Justice is more important than procedure and institution. देखो Rawls ने सीधी बात कही है. If you have too much highlighting over procedure and institution, therefore there is no justice in China. Is it not unfair to say there is no justice in China? चाइना में जस्टिस है या नहीं है डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन ऑफ रिसोर्सेज है देयर इज एलिवेशन ऑफ पॉवर्टी फ्री ऑफ कॉस्ट एजुकेशन फ्री ऑफ कॉस्ट हेल्थ केयर and thereafter you were saying there is no justice in China merely because lack of institution. Therefore, policy is more important or distribution of goods is more important. That is especially said by Rawls. Rawls says that thereafter deontological justice may not be correct always. And procedure is not more important than the justice. Therefore, for all, justice is more important than the procedure. Through this Gita's conversation, what he want to say is justice is more important than the procedures. Technically ऐसा नहीं कर because Amartya ultimately believe in democracy, liberty, dignity equally. But it means, you know, what is the problem with liberals and what is the especially problem with Rawls? Rawls always moving towards universalism, liberal principle. That is the problem of Eurocentric political theory. So Rawls says that whatever countries are adopting like American democratic model is just. If they are not having like a American democratic model, they are unjust. That is not a good idea. Otherwise, Rawls believe in market economy, we believe in liberty, we had a faith in democracy. But how you can deny those societies which are not having democratic system, but they are coming with justice? China is a case in point. Southeast Asian nation like Singapore, South Korea, Taiwan, they are not having the democratic system on the pattern of US, India and China. Therefore, if you see, therefore, what is said by Mahathir Mohammed, Asian values, what he want to say. No, it is a, we can't have a, we were not compelled to adopt the universal principle of Western countries. तो आपने जो कह दिया वही बेस्ट है वही मान ले. Therefore, Amartya is having the doubt over that. And lastly, for Amartya, distribution of good is more important or development of capability is more important? Obviously, capability is more important than distribution of. This is said by Amartya Sen. क्या तो चाइना प्रोसीजर नहीं है क्या? अमर सिंह तो नहीं मानते ना, अमर सिंह तो नहीं मानते चाइना प्रोसीजर है. अरे ऐसा आप क्यों कह सकते हो? लिबरल व्यू पॉइंट लिबर्टी होगी तो भी इक्वलिटी होगी. माय डियर फ्रेंड, लेट्स सी द इंडियन कल्चर. भाई हमारे यहाँ तो लिबर्टी पहले से थी. वेस्टर्न पीपल ने कहा लिबर्टी थी ही नहीं. लेट्स सी आवर पेंटिंग्स. सन टेम्पल पे देखो, कोणार्क पे, खजुराहो में जाके देखो. व्हाट मे बी द बेस्ट टेस्टिमनी ऑफ मोर लिबर्टी? ये वेस्टर्न पीपल की प्रॉब्लम है. अरे भाई अमर सिंह ने थोड़ी कहा प्रोसीजर नहीं होगा. तो चाइना में ऐसा थोड़ी है कि बिना कोई गवर्नमेंट नहीं है, प्रोसीजर नहीं है. वेस्टर्न सिस्टम नहीं है. अब आपके लिए प्रोसीजर क्या है? मल्टी पार्टी गवर्नमेंट, मल्टी पार्टी इलेक्शन, कॉन्स्टिट्यूशनिज्म, लिमिटेड गवर्नमेंट, सेपरेशन ऑफ पावर. चाइना में नहीं है. चाइनीज डोंट बिलीव इन दैट. आप कहोगे वहाँ जस्टिस नहीं है. ये बात तो फेयर नहीं है भाई. देखो, जस्टिस अल्टीमेटली लाइज इन द मेकिंग सोसाइटी egalitarian and distributing goods fairly. And believe me, there is a fair distribution of goods in China. अब देखो, वैल्यू सिस्टम का मतलब है दे बिलीव इन कन्फ्यूसिज्म, दे बिलीव इन कन्फ्यूशियस कल्चर. तो लेकिन बात है, उन्होंने एक सिस्टम तो बना ही रखा है ना. ऐसा कैसे प्रोसीजर नहीं है? हाँ, वेस्टर्न प्रोसीजर नहीं है. ये प्रॉब्लम है ना. इसका मतलब जहाँ अमेरिकन मॉडल नहीं होगा, अब अमेरिका में प्रेसिडेंशियल फॉर्म ऑफ गवर्नमेंट है, तो वी कांट हैव अ डेमोक्रेटिक सिस्टम बिकॉज वी आर प्रैक्टिसिंग विद पार्लियामेंट्री फॉर्म ऑफ गवर्नमेंट. ये बात ऐसी हो गई. वी आर प्रैक्टिसिंग पार्लियामेंट्री फॉर्म ऑफ गवर्नमेंट, देयर आफ्टर वी कैन बी डेमोक्रेटिक. एनी प्रॉब्लम? Obviously. Do you think that there is no procedure in China? यही तो गुड गवर्नेंस का ही पार्ट है ना, कि जस्टिस इज मोर इम्पोर्टेंट प्रोसीजर. अरे भाई जाओगे तो आप देखोगे PIL क्यों आया? इसलिए तो आया ना आर्टिकल 32 में. वी रीड आउट द सेम इन द इंडियन कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन. आजकल की पूरी दुनिया ही मानती है ना, पढ़ाई ज़्यादा इंपॉर्टेंट है रिजल्ट. अब अगर आप रिजल्ट अच्छा लेकर चले आए तो सब लोग ओ जीनियस. कभी क्लास में नहीं आते, कभी कभी आते, पढ़ते हुए दिखता ही नहीं. बट सिंस यू क्वालिफाइड एग्जाम, और जो इतना हार्ड वर्क किया, क्लास में आया, लाइब्रेरी में बैठा, पढ़ते पढ़ते उसके शक्ल सब चेंज हो गई, अनएबल टू क्वालिफाई द एग्जाम, तो लोग क्या कहेंगे? यार थोड़ा दिमाग का कम होता. ये फिर ऑल लोग सिंपैथेटिक हो जाएंगे, क्या कहेंगे? पढ़ता था दिल्ली में, कुछ और करता था ये. दैट इज मैटर ऑफ फैक्ट. तो बस सीधी सी बात है, चाइनीज मॉडल में भी जस्टिस हो सकता है ना. यार यही बात तो मैंने ह्यूमन राइट्स में बताई थी. यही बात तो, ये भाई नॉन वेस्टर्न मॉडल भी तो कुछ है चीज़ है. यही बात तो बार बार आता रहता है. यूरोसेंट्रिक पॉलिटिकल थियरी क्या है? यही सब तो है ना. जो यूरोप अमेरिका ने कहती है जस्टिस के बारे में, वही मान लिया. वी आर हैविंग डिफरेंट आइडिया. तो वो कहते हैं हमारे हमें लिबर्टी नहीं थी, वो कहते हैं हमारे यहाँ कुछ था ही नहीं. मान लो सब इस बात को. I can write any doubt, but you know that Rawls is having their own response. तो देखो, जितनी कम्युनिटेरियन की क्रिटिसिज्म है, तो वो बड़ी बेसिक सी बात है. डिस्पाइट द वेरियस क्रिटिसिज्म, ये बात तो आप मानोगे, लिबरलिज्म इज मोस्ट डोमिनेटिंग फिलोसफी. सीधी सी बात है। देखो अब बड़ी इंटरेस्टिंग पार्ट ये है, रॉल्स का जो क्रिटिसिज्म किया गया वो इस बेस पे है। जितने भी रॉल्स के क्रिटिसिज्म किए गए, वाई इट्स नॉट फेयर, क्योंकि अब आपको बेस बता दें, रॉल्स के सारे क्रिटिसिज्म क्यों है? देखो भाई, रॉल्स सीधी सी बात करता है, रॉल्स वांट टू मेक द सोसाइटी, और जो सोसाइटी में क्या है, देयर इज अ कॉन्ट्रैक्ट अमंग इंडिविजुअल्स। ठीक है, यहाँ पे इंडिविजुअल का मतलब है, यहाँ पे डेविड है, यहाँ पे कौन है, डॉली है। फेमिनिस्ट ने कहा डॉली कहाँ है? Feminists are having another argument. Those feminists are saying that probably I have told you. Feminists is saying no, no. We were not indulging into contract. We were not invited in contract. This was a patriarchal contract. तो फेमिनिस्ट ने तो अलग बात कह दी थी। अब मार्क्सिस्ट यही कहेंगे, कॉन्ट्रैक्ट में ये वर्किंग क्लास कहाँ था? कॉन्ट्रैक्ट की बात बेकार है, लेकिन रॉल्स के हिसाब से कहोगे तो डेविड था, और कौन था? एंथनी भी था, बिकॉज डेविड था, एंथनी था, और कौन हो सकता है यूएस में? ट्रम्प भी था। अगर ट्रम्प होगा तो मेलिना, देयर इज अ चांसेस टू बी मेलिना। और कौन हो सकता है? हिलरी भी हो सकती है, कमला, मतलब जो भी आप लिख लो, रेंस, कमला। अब ये कॉन्ट्रैक्ट में थे, ये कॉन्ट्रैक्ट में थे, एंड देयर आफ्टर वी आर अराइविंग ओवर द जस्ट सोसाइटी टू इंस्टीट्यूशन। यही बात रॉल्स ने कह दी। अब आपकी क्रिटिसिज्म ये है कि यार आपने ये नहीं बताया कि एंथनी कौन था, इसका रीजन क्या था, इसका ये हिस्ट्री क्या थी, कॉन्टेक्स्ट क्या था। अरे भाई, आदमी का कॉन्टेक्स्ट हिस्ट्री देखने की क्या जरूरत है हमें? Because for making a fair contract, you have to discount these factors. And for making a rational society, believe me, that is said by Brian Barry. Brian Barry very interestingly said that there is a philosophy of liberal egalitarianism. रॉल्स कितनी बड़ी बात कह रहे हैं, आप उसको मिनिमाइज कर रहे हो। रॉल्स कह रहा है, भाई आई डोंट बिलीव इन कास्ट, कल्चर, कम्युनिटी, हिस्ट्री। Why I should believe? These factors are not important for me. Individual is having reason, individual is a unit, therefore I am inviting every individual, they are coming for making good society. इतनी प्रोग्रेसिव बात कर गया, स्टिल वी हैव अ प्रॉब्लम। सब जानते हो प्रॉब्लम क्यों? प्रॉब्लम से अब कम्युनिटेरियन क्रिटिक इज नॉट अंडरमाइनिंग प्रिंसिपल ऑफ रॉल्स। रॉल्स प्रिंसिपल इज ऑलवेज वेरी वेल रिकग्नाइज इन द वर्ल्ड। इंडिया में भी क्या चल रहा है? रॉल्स ही चल रहा है पूरा। तुम्हारी फाउंडिंग फादर्स की मान के चल रहे हो तो प्रेम्बल देखो, हमारा कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन भी तो सोशल कॉन्ट्रैक्ट ही था। अब आप ये कहोगे ना ना सर देखो ये बात ठीक नहीं है, अब रॉल्स का कॉन्ट्रैक्ट ऐसे अब बना दो। अब कम्युनिटेरियन क्या कहेंगे, कॉन्ट्रैक्ट कैसे होगा? अब बताओ, वाई? बिकॉज कम्युनिटेरियन से दैट डू नॉट पुट हियर एंथनी, ट्रम्प, डेविड। इसका मतलब है कम्युनिटेरियन कहते हैं वाई यू आर पुटिंग इंडिविजुअल, यू पुट फैमिली, you put culture, and you can have a history, you can have a religion, वो इनसे मिल कम्युनिटी बनती है। वी कैन हैव ए फैमिली, यूनिवर्सिटी, ये सारी कम्युनिटी है, नेबरहुड, नेशन। तो सवाल ये है भाई, ये बताओ, एनी कम्युनिटी में है मल्टीकल्चरल लाइक इंडिया। अब बताओ, लेट्स सी द इंडिया और यूएस में क्या है? अब मल्टीकल्चरल सोसाइटी है, मल्टीलिंगुअल सोसाइटी है, मल्टी रिलीजियस सोसाइटी है, और ये आप कह रहे हो कि ऐसा कॉन्ट्रैक्ट हो नहीं सकता। तो मल्टी रिलीजियस, मल्टीलिंगुअल, मल्टीकल्चरल सोसाइटी में कैसी कॉन्ट्रैक्ट करे? कोई आइडिया बताओ। हाल की बात कर रहे हो। इफ वी आर टू मच स्ट्रेसिंग अवर कम्युनिटी, डोंट यू थिंक दैट, अरे भाई इंडिया में जरा सोच के देखो, 22 लैंग्वेज आर इन 8 शेड्यूल, स्टिल वी विल रीच ओवर कंसेंस। Our constitutional foundations are very intact, despite the fact that so much. Just don't be confused in one. The people, religious belief, cultural context, historical journey is very different from making a just society. We may have various philosophical orientation. Obviously, we may have a Baba Ramdev and Hari Singh. अब बताओ, आप कहोगे जस्टिस नहीं हो सकता क्योंकि हमने दोनों पॉइंट ऑफ व्यू नहीं लिए। तुम्हें लिबर्टी दे दिया ना, दोनों पॉइंट ऑफ व्यू तो लिया। आप क्या कह सकते हो? नो, हाउ आई कैन नॉट मेक अ जस्ट सोसाइटी। उन्होंने बंगाली और बंगाली, उड़िया, मराठी, तमिल, तेलुगु, कन्नड़ी, ये भाई हमें सबके भी पॉइंट तो लिए। ये बेस नहीं होता। फिलोसफिकल ओरिएंटेशन में भी डिफरेंट, कल्चरल डाइवर्सिटी में भी डिफरेंट। with due respect of these diversities, still we can arrive over consensus. आप ही बताओ ना कैसा सोसाइटी बनाए? Give me an alternative. You were saying that justice lies in good society, but feminists are not agree with that. Feminists are saying that, oh, you are saying family is just. I don't agree with that. Family has always been unjust. Communitarians are saying culture, history. एक आज की दुनिया में कल्चर हिस्ट्री के नाम में लड़ाइयाँ चल रही हैं। कल्चर की बात करोगे जैसे फाइटिंग फिर बढ़ेगी, स्पेनिश, हिस्पैनिक, इंडियन, तभी क्या हो रहा है पूरी दुनिया में? यही तो फाइट चल रही है। सब कल्चर कल्चर, इसी से लड़ भिड़ के तो आ गया है। अगेन यू आर इम्पोजिंग दीज फैक्टर्स। तो बड़ी सीधी सी बात है, अब डिस्पाइट द फैक्ट कल्चरल डाइवर्सिटी, जस्टिस इज लुकिंग फॉर अ पॉलिटिकल इंस्टीट्यूशन फॉर डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन ऑफ गुड्स। और वो तो हो भी सकता है, हम सबको लिबर्टी दे रहे हैं, इक्वलिटी दे रहे हैं, डिफरेंस कर रहे हैं, तो इससे कहाँ ऑब्जेक्शन है आपको? अब तो हम क्या करें? इन लेट्स सी द कंडीशन ऑफ इंडिया। भाई हमने कल डेमोक्रेसी में फ्रीडम दे दिया तो कल्चरल डाइवर्सिटी आपकी प्रोटेक्ट हो गई। अदरवाइज कैन यू इमेजिन कि भाई अब बुद्धिस्ट कहेंगे हमारा जस्टिस अलग होगा? इज इट पॉसिबल? एंड हिंदूज विल से आवर जस्टिस इज डिफरेंट, पीपल बिलोंग टू इस्लाम दे विल आवर जस्टिस डिफरेंट। दैट इज नॉट करेक्ट। मैटर ऑफ फेथ to be put in private affair. You can promote any language. Justice means making institution. Justice means distribution of goods. Justice means respecting the dignity of individual. Justice means making the values in chronology. इसमें कहाँ फर्क पड़ता है? That was responded by John Rawls in his book Political Liberalism. He is saying that no, objection is a rejected. ये बात आपको लॉजिकल लग रही है कि नहीं भाई? तो लॉजिकल है नहीं लग रही है? कम्युनिटी इंपॉर्टेंस आ रहा है तो बताओ, और आइडिया क्या, कैसा जस्टिस बनाओगे बताओ? कम्युनिटी की बात मैं मान ही लूँ, कैसा बताओगे? एक फैमिली आगे बढ़ाओगे लिबर्टी चली जाएगी, रिलीजन आगे बढ़ाओगे लिबर्टी इक्वलिटी दोनों जाएगी। अब देख लो ना कैसे, आप कोई आइडिया बताओ तो मैं बना लूँ फिर वैसे। तो वी शुड नॉट कंफ्यूज बिटवीन रिलीजन जस्टिस, फिलोसफिकल ओरिएंटेशन एंड जस्टिस। रिलीजन में भी डिफरेंट, फिलोसफिकल ओरिएंटेशन में भी डिफरेंट। जस्टिस मीन्स इंस्टीट्यूशन, जस्टिस मीन्स method distribution. And Rawls is coming with perfect idea. No problem. I'll connect first one. See, this is what Rawls is assuming. See, that is the point. Any society may be diverse religiously, culturally. So don't you think that why we are having overlapping concepts? Number one, liberty and right. That is basic idea. And what Rawls is saying that distribution of goods, democracy. Even see सी बात है. Even the best example is India. We successful make a democratic system. Despite these diversities, even in democratic systems, we can accommodate diversity more better. Therefore, there is overlapping consensus of what? Liberty, equality of opportunity, and well-being of marginalized sections of society. And these are three basic roots of Rawlsian justice. Rawls is very much refuting these claims. Rawls is saying that yes, we are having diverse society, we may have a cultural diversity. So what is that is not impacting to know the political system. भाई देखो, अगर यही बात होगी तो ब्रिटिशर्स यही बात तो कहा करते थे, डेमोक्रेटिक सिस्टम में नॉट बी यूजफुल फॉर इंडिया बिकॉज डाइवर्स कंट्री। दैट वाज सेड बाय ब्रिटिश गवर्नमेंट। Why? They said that democratic government may not be fruitful for India, despite the fact that they were a champion of democratic system. ये बात तो ऐसे करते रहते हैं, तो रॉल्स ने रिफ्यूट कर दिया, एंड द एप्लीकेशन इज वेरी लॉजिकल, द आर्गुमेंट इज वेरी लॉजिकल. व्हाई लास्ट पॉइंट you can write, last paragraph. With that we can finish Rawlsian Justice, and last heading we can write, and now you can ask any question. Global Justice. Global Justice. The interesting point here, if we talk about global justice, तो कॉन्टेक्स्ट कैसे आया, बात कैसे आई? लेट्स सी. Justice as a principle should be applied within the nation or between the nation. Justice as a principle should be applied between the nation and within the nation. Rawls is looking for make a just society within the. Let's see. Rawls was very much concerned about the distribution of goods within nation. Therefore, justice system will be different. अब सवाल ये है, अगर जरा सोच के देखो, Rawls want to distribute the basic goods. Rawls basic good distribute किसके फेवर में करना चाहेंगे? Rawls का डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन ऑफ बेसिक गुड्स किसके फेवर में होगा? Disadvantaged section of society. It means for Rawls, who is going to get maximum primary goods? The people who are occupying the least advantaged section of society. That is a very clear. अब आप देखोगे, why? Now we are having age of globalization. Now we are living age of globalization. In the age of globalization, it's true that the boundaries of nation state is about to diminish. Is it clear? That is very logical. Why? In age of globalization, why boundaries of the state is going to be diminished? Because international trade. There is international trade. If US is imposing tariff, that is a in fallout of a US tariff war, that is a scene across the world. There is a new idea. Otherwise, once we are going to trade always happen inside. Once we were producing something, what was the purpose? We want to sold out the same thing within our market. But now, the people of Gujarat in Surat diamond industry exporting goods for the Americans. Call centers, they are giving service to the Americans. This is a globalization where the world is becoming like a global village. The term global village is very important. Remember, because territory is a key of a state. State is a territorial concept. But let's see. On the one hand, there is international trade. On the other hand, there is a international security system like NATO. On the other hand, there is an international organization or intergovernmental organization like European Union. And let's see, these are the points which we are going to discuss in theories of IR. But time and again, what we are stressing over the fact that paper 1 and paper 2 can't be divided very much artificially. Because in terms of international politics, we are looking for environmental justice. Now justice, the domain of justice became very broader. Feminist justice, environmental justice, and thereafter global justice. So justice is the idea which is now becoming very important topic in the world. Thereafter there is European Union, there is NATO, North Atlantic Treaty Organization. These are the basic points which is proving that there is challenge for the boundary of nation state. Now there is more convergence of a nation state, because in European Union, we will read out the European Union in the second part, but look, even 27 nations are coming together. They are having their common policies regarding to home affairs. Even 20 nations are opting same currency, free movement of the people, Schengen Treaty, even European kind of wonder that we can't believe. अभी अब देखो इंडिया पाकिस्तान की सीमा में कभी जाना हो बॉर्डर में, but what a huge border over Atari. But if we are going through Germany, France, आप कभी बॉर्डर पर आपको दिखेगा बॉर्डर कैसा है तो दिख ही नहीं पाओगे. हमारे यहाँ तो स्टेट और डिस्ट्रिक्ट की बॉर्डर क्रॉस करते हो तो लिया आपका Welcome, welcome. District Jabalpur, welcomes you. Even the Municipal Corporation of Mumbai welcomes you. ऐसे होर्डिंग लगे होते हैं. एंड वंस वी आर मूविंग इन यूरोप, पता चला कि फ्रांस से जर्मनी चले गए, कहीं थोड़ा सा ऐसे थोड़ा सा आयरन कहीं सिंबल लगा, नाउ जर्मनी स्टार्ट, खत्म. Oh my God. If you want to see really globalized world, go in Europe. There is sovereignty. What is the essence of a state? Sovereignty. You know what is the essence of a state? Controlling monetary policy, security, and see, it is some sort of control over a particular geography. That is the meaning of a state. But it appears that it is a globalization. See, there is a free flow of the goods, free flow of services, free flow of the trade. Thereafter, borders are diminished, and we are see, consistently keeping over the debate of the justice. So justice will applied in the within the nation or entire worldwide. That is at a global justice. And I have idea. Let's consider over that. I want to make a just world. Are you agree with me? I want to make a just world. I have a plan. I want to share with you. Now, whether you are agree or not, whether also you look whether plan can be executed or not, there is also a point of debate. I want to make this plan. See, let's make a world government. Let's make a world government. And let's make a world government. And if I'm see, therefore there must be one government for all the 120, 193 nations. The boundaries between nation and states should be diminished. And let's see, in that context, Indian can land in US. At next day, Punjab will be vacated. Person of Punjab, they will land in Canada. And you will find out very few people in Punjab. That is the world which we are looking for. A global world government. Why government of a state? Why not world government? Like a family of a state? That is the idea of a cosmopolitanism. From kar bhago bhago. Kyun bhage? We have to twist the lesson of a cosmopolitanism to Trump. See, we are citizen of India, we are citizen of world. We are a citizen of world. That is the idea of cosmopolitanism. World is like a village. No discrimination is possible with the citizens. That is the idea of cosmopolitanism. Are you looking the possibility of world government? So there will be one president of entire world. Who will become the president of entire world? There will be one parliament of entire world. If you are saying that, oh my God, oh, United Nations always there. United Nations already there. Why we are keep talking about the world government, world government? United Nations is not an example of world government. UNO is international organization. The world government. The world government romantic idea. Let's assume who will become president of this world government? Obviously the people of Asia and Africa, because we are in the majority in population. और सबसे ज़्यादा वर्ल्ड गवर्नमेंट काउंसिल ऑफ मिनिस्टर में तुम्हारा शेयर होगा. वी आर प्राउड टू बी ए मोस्ट पॉपुलस नेशन इन द वर्ल्ड. ये भाई बहुत प्राउड की बात है. टाइम होगा क्या? छोड़ेंगे ना, प्लान तो करें. ओ माय गॉड, आई नो दैट दिस प्लान इज नॉट गोइंग टू बी एग्जीक्यूटेड, बट व्हाट इज रॉन्ग टू मेक अ प्लान? जब भी मूवी बनती है तो ऐसा होता थोड़ी है रियल में. हाँ, अब अभी हाइपोथेसिस बना रहे हैं. व्हाट काइंड ऑफ ऑप्शन, बिकॉज वी आर लुकिंग फॉर ग्लोबल जस्टिस. So before moving on global justice, we are making kind of a hypothesis. The world government बनाओ. तो वर्ल्ड गवर्नमेंट काउंसिल ऑफ मिनिस्टर में सबसे ज़्यादा लोग कहाँ से होंगे? लेट्स एज्यूम कि वर्ल्ड क्रिकेट टीम बनाओ. डोंट मेक ए क्रिकेट टीम ऑफ इंग्लैंड, यूके, इंडिया, ऑस्ट्रेलिया। तो हो सकता है कि नहीं? अगर वर्ल्ड क्रिकेट टीम हो सकती है, वर्ल्ड 11, वाई नॉट वर्ल्ड 25? भाई 25 काउंसिल ऑफ मिनिस्टर रख लो, एक प्रेसिडेंट रख लो, और होगा क्या? देयर विल बी इक्वालिटी। जो यूएस और फ्रांस में होगा वो सब ढो ढो के लाएंगे एशिया पर। द वर्ल्ड विल बी इक्वालिटी। भाई उनके पास ज़्यादा पैसा है तो हम भी तो गवर्नमेंट में हम रहेंगे। तो देखो डेमोक्रेसी फायदा क्या है? पुअर्स आर गेटिंग मोर शेयर और रिच आर गेटिंग मोर शेयर। पुअर तो आ जाता है ना, पुअर को मौका ज़्यादा मिलता है, और दिस विल बी गेम चेंजर। आर यू नॉट एग्री? तो सारा यूएस का बजट हमारा बजट हो जाएगा। ये वर्ल्ड गवर्नमेंट होगी तो हमारा बजट किसका होगा? चाइना का बजट किसका होगा? मंगोलिया का। उसके बाद मंगोलिया, तो ओ माय गॉड, मंगोलिया विल बिकम हैप्पी। मंगोलिया कहेगा ओ माय गॉड, बिना कुछ किए मिल गया। साउथ कोरिया को अपने आप, साउथ कोरिया का सारा पैसा नॉर्थ कोरिया के पास चला जाएगा। तो पाकिस्तान विल बी मोर देन हैप्पी। इंडिया का पैसा किसके पास चला जाएगा? लेट्स एज्यूम अस मेकिंग वर्ल्ड गवर्नमेंट, इज इट पॉसिबल और नॉट? प्रॉब्लम। और आप जरा सोच के देखो, इफ आई वांट टू अप्लाई द Rawlsian प्रिंसिपल ऑफ वर्ल्ड गवर्नमेंट, तो बिकॉज वी हैव टू टॉक अबाउट वर्ल्ड ग्लोबल जस्टिस। तो देखो ग्लोबल जस्टिस का पहला आइडिया ये है कि वर्ल्ड गवर्नमेंट बनाए, पॉसिबल टू, वॉज वेरी ऑब्वियस रीजन बिकॉज, अरे भाई गवर्नमेंट तो इंडिया में भी इतनी वास्ट कंट्री में गवर्नमेंट बनाना डिफिकल्ट है। पूरी दुनिया की गवर्नमेंट एक बना लेंगे, कहाँ से चलेगी वो? बस politically impracticable because it's politically impracticable because ruling entire world from one center, politically not possible. And second, भाई देखो इकोनॉमिकली भी प्रॉब्लम में आएगी। इधर इज इकोनॉमिक डिस्पेरिटी, तो जिनके पास ज़्यादा पैसा है, एंड देयर इज कल्चरल डाइवर्सिटी। भाई कानून कैसे बनेगा? रो लड़ाई होगी। वो कहेंगे हमारी लैंग्वेज कहाँ हुआ, इस लैंग्वेज का प्रयोग करेंगे, हर मामले में झगड़े होंगे बिकॉज ऑफ कल्चरल डाइवर्सिटी, पॉलिटिकल प्रॉब्लम, इकोनॉमिक प्रॉब्लम। Thereafter, making a world government is a huge challenge. ट्रांसपोर्टेशन तो बनेगा, लेकिन सवाल है समुद्र में कहाँ दौड़ाओगे ट्रेन? बिग चैलेंज आता है। ये चैलेंज अगर ऐसा कोई हो जाए, इंडिया यूएस के बीच में रेल बन जाए, तब तो हमें एयरप्लेन जाने की जरूरत नहीं, फिर तो मैं कार दौड़ा दूंगा उसके बाद तो। पंजाब के पास बहुत सारी कार है। नाउ वी मूव टूवर्ड्स डायरेक्ट कनाडा। कन्याकुमारी की जरूरत नहीं है, सीधा कहाँ जाओगे? कनाडा। हाँ वही तो हमने कहा कि वी कैन होप, देयर इज नो प्रॉब्लम फॉर होपिंग। कि मेरे बच्चों, बड़ी बड़ी नेशन में वैसे गवर्नमेंट नहीं चल पा रही है, और पूरी दुनिया में गवर्नमेंट बना लोगे फिर तो दैट इज अबाउट देयर आफ्टर। इफ वी आर, see the point is that global justice, why we are talking about global justice, because earlier justice was only related with nation state, with the rise of globalization. Now we are talking of justice at global stage, but the best model of global justice would have been the development of world government, but technically it is not possible. Thereafter, what is the second best option? Global justice. Therefore, what does it mean by global justice? And can you apply? That's very, very interesting point is that if you are applying the Rawlsian principle, Rawls ने कहा who should get more, the people who are marginalized. तो ये बताओ वर्ल्ड जस्टिस में भी रॉल्स का प्रिंसिपल अप्लाई होना चाहिए, नहीं होता होना चाहिए? बट रॉल्स speak something differently. Once he talk about world justice, his idea change. वो हमारे साथ अगर रॉल्स की जस्टिस को अप्लाई कर दिया जाए, तो most of the primary resources should be distributed in favor of Rwanda, Burundi and Haiti. लेकिन वो कर ही नहीं रहा है। क्यों? Therefore, Rawls again wrote a book, Law of the People. Rawls again wrote a book, Law of the People. And what kind of global justice he is looking from the law of the people? इसलिए we'll find Thomas Pogge. Thomas Pogge is not agree with Rawls. Thomas Pogge says that, oh my God, Rawls is so worried about the justice within a community, but he is not worried about global justice. Because global justice means there must be fairness, not only fairness in domestic affair, but fairness in international trade. What is the idea of global justice? Fairness in international, then respect for human rights, and then respect for human rights, and thereafter fairness in international trade, and moreover, the kind of a global justice which we are looking for, there must be respect for the international law. In here, Rawls is very much supporting up the presence of international law. And Rawls is saying that in the law of the people, international law का मतलब ये होता है we must have a law for adjudication of maritime dispute. We should have a law for extradition. We must have a law for the territorial integration, territorial sanctity. Therefore, respect for human rights means nation state is not more important. What is important? Human being. Therefore, the human rights must be respected. Migrants should not be treated badly. Thereafter, fairness in international trade. And what is happening between North and South. The state belong to South. They are merely exporting the raw materials. हम क्या एक्सपोर्ट करते हैं? टी, पोटैटो, टोमेटो. They are exporting jet aircraft. But trade is always in balance. In that context, Rawlsian justice is very much moral in terms of international politics because he is only looking for international law. Here he is not looking for distribution of resources. That is supported by Pogge, Thomas Pogge. But the same point can be expressed in multiple ways. The same we read out international relation. Let's see, the relation between nation and state should be based on power or should be based on justice. Therefore, morality should guide the relation between nation and state. That is the idea of global justice. It means no state should exercise the power, intervention. That is the basis of international law and written in the Charter of the United Nations. So even believe in the charter that we read out in the international relation, and all idealist scholars, they are favoring for same. Second point, see, why international trade favor the rich nation? Let's see, what we are exporting tea, the same we read out in international politics. Therefore, that's very interesting. Rawls is suggesting for the distribution of basic social goods for the marginalized section of society. But in terms of international relation, he says that moral relation on the basis of the international law may not be sufficient until we are not bridging the economic disparity between rich and poor nation. And there is a huge gap between a rich and poor nation, not because of colonialism, not because of imperialism, but even present world. See, because the poor nations are unable to export the manufactured goods. Poor nations are only exporting the raw materials. आपको पता हो Ghana, they are exporting the cocoa. America is making the Nescafe, Cadbury's. तो घाना के लोगों को पता ही नहीं कि उनके कोको से नेस्कैफे और कैडबरीज बनती है. That is a matter of fact. Thereafter, the member of Global South, developing countries, Asian African countries, they are merely exporting banana, tea, cocoa. We are merely exporting the raw materials. And just like people who live in a village, the people who are residing in cities, they are rich in comparison to village. Who is exporting grains, vegetables, potato, tomato, farmers. But let's see condition of farmers. Because the people who are residing in the cities, they are going to make a bingo chips from the same potato. Let's see the cost of potato and cost of bingo chips. There is a difference. That is the reason international trade is very much biased against member global south. Next point. That is true. Therefore, what we are seeking for democratization. Then let's see. Demand of justice is first we are raising our voice. Justice will not be a reality in a 1 or 2 days. It will take a time. So you know that earlier there was a too much disparity. But as of now, let's see that because that we will read out in IR. Because I can show you the other part of picture. Because the global North America is saying that how you are saying China is a member of global South. Now US is facing $400 billion trade deficit with China. Even here US is facing even trade deficit with India. That is the reason why US is becoming tariff king. And my dear friend, you cannot because this is a one-sided picture. You can't draw entire conclusion that we read out in IR. But how we can forget the fact that now the per capita income of Singapore is greater than England. And Singapore is saying that we are developing country. The world has changed. Still we are taking a world on the basis of justice. Therefore, it means there must be respect of human rights. Next point is on right. It means that is the point. We must look for the democratizing of these institutions like IMF, IBRD, UN Security Council. And again, these institutions we read out in the second part of international relations because these institutions automatically captured by the West, G7. Therefore, dollar is very powerful currency despite the fact there is a rise of Singapore, South Korea, which currency is dominating over the entire world? Dollar. Therefore, still the people, that is the point Thomas Pogge says that because so many people like Robert Cox, they are saying that disparity is very much rising in the world. The globalized world is not very much even. Even only few countries are taking the advantage of globalization. Most of countries are marginalized. Therefore, who is getting advantage of globalization? Not the desert of Sahara. The countries which are located in desert of Sahara, they are not getting the advantage of globalization. Advantage of globalization that is more visible in the Europe and America. So this is bone of contention. There is a very uneven distribution of property. Even if few people are getting rich and rich, poor people are marginalized. That is the idea of global justice. So Rawls is unable to apply his idea of a domestic justice different from ideas of a global justice. In global justice, he is looking for a moral mechanism, but in domestic justice, he is looking for distribution of basic social goods. See, this is said by Thomas Pogge too, even Joseph Stiglitz, Nobel Prize winner. This is said by Thomas Pogge too and Joseph Stiglitz. Therefore, even the same we can apply in the idea of a cosmopolitan democracy. Once David held, now because in age of globalization everything become cosmopolitan. Therefore, David Held says that US so much speak for a democracy. The US is very much against because why there is an undemocratic government in Myanmar. US is very unhappy against Iran because they are not having the democratic government. But matter of fact is that US is not worried about the democratization of IMF. That is a paradox. That is a hypocrisy. Therefore, there is a more need of a democratization of IMF, democratization of IBRD, and Therefore, resources, skill, even regional economic organization, everything is located in the north. Let's see the top 10 MNCs. In top 10 MNCs, the headquarters of 8 MNCs located in the Western world. What we are getting from this globalization? You know that entire globalization we read out in second part, international relations, is very much overlapping. Therefore, globalization is really benefiting the rich. If it is only benefiting the rich, not a just society. With that, we can finish the idea of justice.